Chapter 762. Streams of light flashed, and a fleet of the Black Star army appeared not far away from Floating Dragon Island. At the very front was Han Xiao's spaceship. Aurora sat in the driver's seat, and Han Xiao stood beside her with his hands behind his back. Behind them were Hela and the other Black Star guards. Floating Dragon now had 3 islands, and the second field team was guarding Floating Dragon. Looking at the scenery outside the porthole, Han Xiao felt a little emotional. I haven't been back for a while, and the changes are quite big. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I still remember the first time I came to Floating Dragon. Vilna's face appeared on the communication screen, and she went straight to the point. Your Excellency Black Star, Her Excellency Dragon Emperor is waiting for you. It seems like she was prepared for me to come and find her. Han Xiao nodded. The second field team opened up a path for the Black Star Corps fleet to land on the dock of Floating Dragon's main island. Black Star guards, follow me. The rest of you, stand by. Han Xiao then led Hela and the others out of the spaceship and onto Floating Dragon Island. On the dock, Jenny and the other officers were already waiting. Your Excellency Black Star. The Floating Dragon officers all bowed. Although Han Xiao was once their colleague, Han Xiao had become a beyond grade A super, and his position in the galaxy far exceeded theirs. He was already a big boss on the same level as the Dragon Emperor, and they could only look up to him. Even Jenny, who had a bad relationship with Han Xiao, put away her emotions, lowered her head, and bowed respectfully. I knew you would come back sooner or later. Aesop walked out from the crowd with a complicated expression. This day still came. Han Xiao looked around and scanned the faces of his colleagues. He then looked back at Aesop and shook his head. Didn't you start preparing long ago? I just didn't expect it to be so sudden. Aesop sighed and turned to walk in front. Come with me. Ames is waiting for you. Han Xiao and the others followed behind Aesop and entered the Dragon Emperor's palace. When they arrived at the main hall, they saw Ames sitting on the floating dragon bone throne. Her expression was cold and emotionless. You're here, Black Star. I've been waiting for you, Ames said, as if she had expected this. Han Xiao stood dozens of meters away, while Aesop and the others who led the way returned to Ames's side. They were clearly separated from Han Xiao's group, as if there was an invisible barrier between them. The two of them did not speak immediately and just looked at each other in silence. The Black Star and Floating Dragon officers around them swallowed their saliva, and their hearts were in their throats. The officers of both sides knew the purpose of Han Xiao's visit this time. Seeing the tense atmosphere, they could not help but feel nervous, afraid that the two beyond graders would fight. The new Black Star guards, Hardaway, did not care about the inside story. He focused on sizing up Ames with an eager expression, and the battle-thirsty blood in his body flared up again. After looking at each other for more than a minute, Ames looked away and looked at Hela and Aurora behind Han Xiao. She softly said, How have you guys been in the past few months? Aurora didn't dare to meet Ames's gaze at this moment, so she lowered her head in shame. Hela dared to look at Ames directly and replied, Not bad. Ames asked her 2 disciples about their well-being and ignored Han Xiao. Han Xiao did not mind and continued to watch from the side. The 3 of them chatted for a while, and Ames suddenly changed the topic. You guys are all on his side. Hela and Aurora's expressions changed slightly, and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Before they could say anything, Han Xiao waved his hand with his back facing the Black Star guards. Hela, take them away first. Let me talk to Ames alone. Hela secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was not afraid of facing a strong enemy, but she did not want to face Ames, her teacher who had taught her for 10 years. Being sandwiched between Han Xiao and Ames made her feel very troubled. Ames tacitly allowed the Black Star guards to leave. Upon seeing this, although Aesop was unwilling, he could only give Wilsander and the others a look and leave with his officers. Black Star wanting to establish his own faction was very normal in Aesop's eyes. If it were up to him, not only would he not stop it, he would even enthusiastically support it. Unfortunately, Ames was the one in charge. She had always been willful, and Black Star was the officer she had relied on the most. Aesop was worried that Ames' willfulness would turn a good thing into a bad thing. Only Han Xiao and Ames were left in the hall. Ames controlled the throne to land on the ground. Her long black dress dragged behind her as she walked in front of Han Xiao. Her beautiful eyes stared at Han Xiao, and her expression gradually became complicated. When I first met you, I never thought that one day you would be on the same level as me. Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The memories of their first meeting more than 10 years ago resurfaced in his mind. At that time, Ames was high above, controlling his life and death. Compared to her, he was as small as a speck of dust. Today, more than 10 years later, he was standing in front of Ames as an equal. Everything is still in the process of development. Everything is possible. Han Xiao started with a materialistic argument right from the start. Ames smiled gently. I know this feeling. A long, long time ago, I never thought that one day I would become a beyond grade A. Han Xiao stroked his chin and did not speak. After pausing for a while, Ames asked in a tone as though she already knew the answer, why are you looking for me today? There are 3 main things. 3. Ames raised her brows slightly. What's the first thing? Han Xiao took out the evolution cube. This treasure is in my hands now. I plan to let you and all the officers of Floating Dragon enjoy the evolution cube. Ames was a little surprised and did not answer immediately. Instead, she asked, what's the second thing? I request to leave Floating Dragon and establish my own Black Star Corps, Han Xiao said directly without hesitation. Humph, that's your main purpose today, right? Ames snorted but was not angry. She had been mentally prepared for many years, but hearing Han Xiao say it personally still made her feel a little uncomfortable. She said expressionlessly, I have a question to ask you. Speak. Did you decide to leave me from the first day you joined Floating Dragon Island? Ames stared at Han Xiao. When she visited the Black Star Corps headquarters a few years ago, she already knew that she was not suitable to be Han Xiao's leader. Now, she wanted to understand Han Xiao's thoughts. Yes. Han Xiao replied honestly. From the beginning, he had seen Floating Dragon as a springboard. Even if it made Ames angry, he did not intend to lie to her. I guessed so too. Ames shook her head, a little sad. To a talent like you, I'm indeed not a leader worth following. When the Black Star Corps was still developing, she did not realize this point. However, as the reputation of the Black Star Corps gradually replaced Floating Dragon, she felt more and more that she could not tie down a legendary figure like Han Xiao. Ames did not hesitate and did not try to persuade him to stay. She was not so weak, and her tone was firm. Okay, I understand. From today onwards, Floating Dragon is Floating Dragon, and the Black Star Corps is the Black Star Corps. You are no longer my subordinate. The interface immediately notified him that he had left the Floating Dragon faction. Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. From this moment onwards, the Black Star Corps would no longer listen to Floating Dragon and become an independent organization. Ames was expressionless as she calmly asked, what's the third thing? I hope that the Black Star Corps will form an alliance with Floating Dragon, Han Xiao said, and that you will fight alongside me against Heba and Cisco. Hearing this, Ames' expression suddenly became strange. She had heard about the Beyond Grade A battle that had shaken the Shattered Star Ring recently, but she was surprised by Han Xiao's actions. Since you want my help, why did you establish your own organization first? If you still stay on Floating Dragon, you know that I will definitely help you. Han Xiao smiled and said in a carefree tone, I know, so I gave you a chance to choose. Ames was stunned for a moment before suddenly understanding what Han Xiao meant. Her expression became complicated. The way she saw it, if Han Xiao stayed on Floating Dragon, he could tie the two of them together and guarantee that she would help him deal with the other two Beyond Grade As. However, Han Xiao did not use his identity as an officer of Floating Dragon to do so but established his own organization first before asking her for help. This meant that Han Xiao did not want to make use of her. Otherwise, he could have used Floating Dragon's strength to deal with Heba and Cisco first before establishing his own organization. This was equivalent to squeezing all of her value before leaving. In fact, before this meeting, Ames had considered this possibility. In fact, if Han Xiao really did so, she did not know if she would reject him or not. However, the direction he was taking now surprised her. Aren't you afraid that I will reject you? Ames suppressed the fluctuation in her heart and calmly said, fighting two alone, your life will be in danger. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to survive this? Han Xiao smiled and said, I believe you won't reject me. Ames' face darkened, and she coldly said, you're no longer my subordinate, and I haven't agreed to form an alliance with you. Do you really think I care about you? Do you have some bargaining chip that I can't reject? Do you think you have me for sure? I get it. You want to use the evolution cube to convince me, and as long as I don't agree, you'll go back on your word. Whether you form an alliance or not, my promise is still valid. Han Xiao shook his head and said, this is the first thing I mentioned before I left Floating Dragon. As an officer of Floating Dragon, I will provide you with the benefits of the evolution cube. I don't intend to use it as a bargaining chip. You can use it as my compensation to thank Floating Dragon for taking care of me for so many years. Ames sized Han Xiao up with a strange expression, as though she did not recognize him anymore. In my impression, you're not such a person. In her eyes, the order in which Han Xiao mentioned these three things was completely wrong. He did not use her to deal with the tyrant and the others before he left, nor did he use the evolution cube as a bargaining chip to form an alliance. Instead, he used it as compensation for leaving Floating Dragon. This was equivalent to abandoning the method of maximizing benefits and taking the initiative to give her the right to choose. Why? Ames could not help but ask. Han Xiao's actions had completely overturned her impression of him. Han Xiao smiled. I just feel that between us, there shouldn't be so many calculations of benefits. Ames' movements became sluggish, and her breathing clearly stopped for a moment. Looking deeply at Han Xiao, Ames took 2 steps back and said calmly, I don't know if you're sincere or not, but regardless, at least you're sincere. Han Xiao's lips curled up, and he nodded. It seems like we've reached a consensus. I agree. I'll form an alliance with you. Ames' eyes flashed, and she slowly said, furthermore, I've wanted to fight with Heber again for a long time. Although you're a new beyond grade A, with your strength, I believe you won't be a burden. Haha, you're still the Ames in my impression. You're so straightforward in making any decision. Han Xiao smiled, stretched out a hand, and said, Ally, please take care of me in the future. Ames glanced at Han Xiao's hand, which was suspended in midair, and snorted. Humph, you used to call me your Excellency Dragon Emperor, but now you're calling me an ally. Then, she raised her fair and smooth hand, and her sleeve slid down, revealing her wrist. The 2 hands tightly clasped together. This scene seemed to have been frozen. After shaking hands for a while, the 2 of them let go. Han Xiao's expression was slightly strange. When they shook hands earlier, Ames seemed to have lost her temper and dug into his palm. However, his physical defense was a little high, so he did not feel anything. He did not know if it was a misunderstanding. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, glanced at the door of the palace, and said, still eavesdropping? Come in. Hela, Aesop, and the others walked out from behind the door with embarrassed expressions. They were worried that the 2 of them would fall out, so they did not really go far and had been eavesdropping outside. Now that they were called in, they felt a little embarrassed. Actually, their little actions could not escape the senses of a beyond grade A, but Han Xiao and Ames were too busy talking to care about it. Seeing that the 2 of them had settled things peacefully, the atmosphere relaxed, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Black Star Corps had left Floating Dragon Island, the 2 of them had formed an alliance, so they were still on the same side. The relationship between the officers of both sides was not bad to begin with. Aesop was even more relieved. Ames did not lose her composure, and this was the best outcome he had expected. The alliance of 2 beyond grade A organizations had a huge advantage in the shattered star ring, and it was beneficial to both sides. My prediction back then was right. With Black Star by her side, Ames will have a better development, Aesop nodded. He had thought that Black Star would become the Dragon Emperor's right-hand man and help her reach a higher level. There was no problem with the general direction, but he had guessed wrong about one detail. Black Star was not assisting the Dragon Emperor but helping the Dragon Emperor as an equal. Alright, since you're willing to fight alongside me, we have to discuss how to deal with Heber and Cisco, Han Xiao said. What do you plan to do? Ames was interested. They've challenged me for a while now, but I haven't responded. Now is the time. Since they want to cause trouble, why don't we make the water more chaotic? I'll respond with you and make the shattered star ring even more sensational. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He could also announce that the Black Star Corps had become independent and remove the name of Floating Dragon Island, as well as announce that they had formed an alliance. He believed that this would increase his influence even further. I thought you would ask me to follow you quietly and give them a surprise. Ames glanced at him. We can't hide it from them, so there's no need for that. Since these two are challenging us openly, we'll respond in the same way. Han Xiao slowly said, since they want to be high profile, we'll play along with them. Let's see who shakes the most people. Ames revealed an interested smile. Sounds like it'll be fun. Upon hearing that, Hardaway and the others became excited. There were only 5 beyond grade as in the shattered star ring. Now that the Tyrant, Star Pupil, Black Star, and Dragon Emperor had all participated, only the Magus was left. He would most likely come over as well. This way, this battle would be a huge event that all the beyond grade as in the shattered star ring would participate in. This was a once-in-a-century event, and it would definitely become something that would be recorded in the history of the shattered star ring. Just the thought of being able to witness the gathering of 5 beyond grade as made Hardaway's blood boil. This time, Han Xiao suddenly said, before that, I'll fulfill my promise. Then, he took out the evolution cube and let it float in midair. He looked at Ames. Do I need to prepare anything? Ames asked. No need, just do it. Okay. Ames nodded. Although she did not pursue strength, she was quite curious about the evolution cube. Opening the evolution cube, a stream of black particles wrapped around Ames, and the genetic modification began. Han Xiao turned to look at the various officers of Floating Dragon. Seeing that they nodded, he activated the evolution cube to create new black particles to modify Wilsander and the others. Only Aesop waved his hands and refused. Old man, you don't want to use the evolution cube? Han Xiao was a little surprised. Don't worry about me. Aesop waved his hands. I used it a few hundred years ago. This thing was still in the ruins back then. If not for the fact that it was too big and I was too lazy to find someone to move it, it would have been mine long ago. Han Xiao did not know what to say. As expected of a long-lived species who had lived for who knew how long, only 2 words, I'm convinced. The genetic modification lasted for a long time. Wilsander and the other officers of Floating Dragon completed their evolutions one after another, and their strength increased. Only Ames was still wrapped in the black particles. After a few hours, Ames finally broke out of the cocoon. Her entire person had undergone a subtle change. The others had all gone back to rest, and only Han Technician was left in the hall. He had occupied Ames' throne and was sitting on it, browsing the silly pictures on the forums for fun. Seeing this, he closed the interface and walked to Ames with a curious expression. How do you feel? Ames did not answer. She frowned as if she was feeling something. Suddenly, her figure disappeared into thin air. Han Xiao was stunned. He suddenly felt the space around him fluctuate. Without saying anything, he released all his senses. At his level, other than sight, hearing, touch, and so on, he could also sense all kinds of special phenomena, such as various spectra, radiation, energy waves, and so on. His senses were very rich. After releasing all his senses, Han Xiao was slightly stunned. In his void vision, Ames was walking in the void dimension, curiously circling around him. You can enter the void dimension? Han Xiao was surprised. He also walked into the void dimension and stepped into the boundary between reality and the void dimension. Seems like this is my new ability. Ames was excited. Floating Dragon Island was built on the bones of the Void Dragon race. Ames had also consumed the Void Dragon marrow before, so there was a certain amount of void genes in her body. Through the catalysis of the evolution cube, she mutated and obtained some of the abilities of the void race. Although the 2 of them were from different beyond grade A races, they both had the void bloodline. Some of their genes were similar, and they could be considered half-siblings. After playing for a while, Ames exited the void dimension and tested her ability with a surprised expression. The effects of the evolution cube are really amazing. My force field strength, range, and control have all become stronger. My physical fitness seems to have been improved as well. That's because your attributes have all increased. Han Xiao had experience with this. Ames did not have an interface and could not see the changes in her body. Chapter 763. After the two sides formed an alliance, Floating Dragon changed its drifting route and headed toward the headquarters of the Black Star Corps. It planned to move together with Han Xiao during this period. Since they had chosen to fight side by side, they naturally had to bring their weapons with them. Floating Dragon had 2 additional islands, and it would definitely be more painful to use them to smash people. Han Xiao told Reynolds to inform the logistics department to quickly modify some spare satellite bases and lend them to Ames as weapons. After all, they could not always use their headquarters as weapons. After using the evolution cube, everyone rested for a day. The next day, Han Xiao and Ames gathered their respective officers. This time, it was to respond to the tyrant's challenge. Before making a public response, Han Xiao decided to contact the tyrant privately. After fighting the secret war for so long, the two of them had never contacted each other. The last time they met was at the tyrant's party more than 10 years ago. At that time, he was only Ames' follower, and Heber had even tried to invite him to join the Bloodshed Land. Han Xiao did not have the tyrant's private communication number, but Ames had it in her contact list. This time, he borrowed Ames' communicator to talk to Heber, and Ames did not have any objections. Looking at the officers around him, Han Xiao opened Ames' communicator and pulled the tyrant's number out of the long-term blacklist. Because of Heber's frequent courtship, Ames had always blocked the tyrant's communication. Han Xiao sent a call request to the tyrant. Beep beep. After a few seconds, the call was connected, and Heber's figure turned into a 3-dimensional projection and appeared on the communicator. Ames, are you ready to accept me, Black Star? Heber frowned. It was a call from Ames. He had thought that Ames, who had been blacklisting him, had finally thought it through and agreed to become his spouse. He did not expect it to be a call from Black Star. Ames has formed an alliance with you? Heber quickly reacted. Han Xiao nodded. Heber narrowed his eyes, but no emotions could be seen on his face. Since a few years ago, many organizations had been secretly spreading rumors of the Black Star Corps splitting up with Floating Dragon Island. After Han Xiao became a Beyond Grade A Super, Heber knew that splitting up was almost inevitable. The best result would be for Black Star and Floating Dragon Island to become enemies, and the result he did not want to see the most was for the two to form an alliance. It seems that the little tricks of those forces were unable to shake your friendship, Heber said indifferently, his tone unhurried. You don't seem to panic at all. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. To me, it makes no difference. Heber said slowly, tell Ames that I'm giving her one last chance. If she's willing to stay out of this, I can ignore her. Otherwise, I won't go easy on her. Don't think too highly of yourself. No one asked you to go easy on her, Ames said coldly. Heber ignored her and continued to stare at Han Xiao. He shook his head and said, Black Star, I gave you a chance a long time ago, but you did not cherish it. You rejected my invitation and chose to stand on the opposite side of me. If you're contacting me now to beg for mercy, it's too late. We're enemies now, and there's nothing to talk about. I'm only looking for you this time to respond to your challenge. We'll set a time and place. When the time comes, no one will run, Han Xiao said with a deep voice. Through the observer's mark, Han Xiao saw the private contact between Heber and Cisco. Cisco requested to join forces with Heber, but the tyrant rejected it. He wanted to deal with Black Star alone, but he did not stop Cisco from watching. Therefore, the tyrant and the star pupil had their own challenges. This was the reason why the two of them decided to fight separately. Han Xiao also understood the tyrant's thoughts from his reasons. The tyrant did not only want revenge but also wanted to use the new Beyond Grade A to establish his authority. He wanted as many people as possible to watch. Therefore, in order to create a sensation, Heber would publicly set a time and place so that the various organizations could send people to watch. Okay, Heber said decisively. The time will be in 20 days. The location will be outside the West Wind star system, in the desolate universe belt between the Sol cluster and the Colton star cluster. I'll announce the specific coordinates to the outside world. Choosing this semi-neutral zone not only made it convenient for Bloodshed Land to deploy their troops, but it also prevented the battle between Clent and Purple Crystal from escalating into a direct confrontation between civilizations. It would still be considered a proxy war between armed organizations. Heber set aside 20 days to let this news spread in the starfield and attract more people to witness his battle with Black Star. However, he would not drag it out for too long. Heber did not want to give Han Xiao too much time to prepare, nor did he want the attention of this storm to decrease. It would be best to establish his authority when Black Star's influence was at its peak. If Black Star wanted to drag it out and miss the appointment, Heber would benefit from it as well. He could say that Black Star was afraid of him and did not dare to come. This would also establish his authority, and he would have a reason to directly go to the Black Star Corps headquarters. Okay, don't run away after school. Han Xiao did not hesitate. Then, without waiting for Heber's reply, he hung up. This guy is still as domineering as ever. So annoying. Ames narrowed her eyes, and her force field moved in her palms. Every time she saw the tyrant's tough face, she wanted to smash floating Dragon Island on his head. Anyway, the time and location have been decided. All that's left is to attend the appointment. Han Xiao turned to look at the officers. You all heard it, right? Announce it to the outside world in the name of the army. Understood. Sylvia nodded. She participated in this meeting through remote communication. As the chief administrative officer, it was her job to make public announcements. 20 days left. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. It seemed like this was the last time he had to prepare. The battle between the tyrant and star pupil had caused a huge commotion in the shattered star ring, but Black Star had not made any response. Countless people were anxiously waiting to see how things would develop. Due to the commotion caused by the battle, many supers who had originally planned to join the Black Star army held back their restless hearts and waited patiently. Thus, not many people came to the Black Star army to apply for membership. However, Han Xiao had long known about this situation and did not recruit people from all over the starfield. 7 days after the battle was announced, the Black Star Corps finally made an official response. Black Star accepted the battle. Not only that, the Black Star Corps also announced a shocking piece of news. From today onwards, the Black Star Corps would leave floating Dragon Island and declare independence. Because many organizations had deliberately spread rumors over the years, many people thought that the Black Star Corps would sever ties with floating Dragon Island after becoming independent. However, the truth shocked countless people. The Dragon Emperor Ames had actually allied with Black Star and would fight the tyrant and star pupil together. The development of the situation was beyond the imagination of countless people. Originally, Black Star was fighting alone, facing the challenge of the tyrant and star pupil alone. Countless people were worried for this new beyond grade A super. However, with the intervention of the Dragon Emperor, the situation suddenly became evenly matched. A total of 4 beyond grade as had stepped in. This was like a catalyst that ignited the passion of the entire starfield. Be it the members of the various organizations or the most ordinary galactic residents in the shattered star ring, they all knew one thing. In 20 days, there would be a grand show in this starfield. Black Star officially accepted the battle, and he even brought the Dragon Emperor. In the Palace of Hidden Spells, Austin looked at the report on the communicator, and his eyes sparkled. The current situation was 2 against 2, and there were 5 beyond grade as in the shattered star sea. This meant that his existence could affect the direction of the entire situation, and the others definitely knew this as well. Seems like someone will come looking for me soon. Austin shook his head. Beep beep. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, his communicator rang. It was Cisco's number. Austin smiled helplessly, picked up the call, and hung up after chatting for a while. This time, another call came. It was from Han Xiao. It's been a while, Black Star. You really didn't disappoint me. Austin greeted with a sigh. Actually, I have to thank you. Han Xiao smiled. Thank me for what? If you didn't tell me about the evolution cube, I might not have been able to get my hands on it. Oh, I see. Austin laughed, thought for a while, and said frankly, I know why you're looking for me. Actually, before you, Cisco already came looking for me. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he went straight to the point. Since you know what we mean, what do you plan to do? Both sides wanted to pull Austin to their side, and he was no exception. Austin narrowed his eyes. Although I have some friendship with Cisco, I've asked him to borrow the evolution cube many times, but he never agreed. Now that he has lost the evolution cube, this bargaining chip is in your hands. Are you going to use it to exchange for my help? That's right. Han Xiao nodded. Austin was clearly a smart person, and he did not need to waste time explaining the situation. Unexpectedly, Austin shook his head. I'm very willing to pay for the right to use the evolution cube, but I don't plan to agree to this. Han Xiao's heart sank. However, Austin immediately explained, don't worry, I don't plan to help Cisco either. You still want to remain neutral? Han Xiao was a little surprised. Austin laughed. The shattered star ring that has been silent for so many years has finally been stirred up by you guys. How can I cause this good show to end prematurely because of my interference? Ha ha ha, this old man really wants to see the world burn. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. Austin's interest was to be a bystander. He felt that with Black Star's personality, there would be plenty of opportunities to exchange for the right to use the evolution cube in the future. Thus, this time, Austin did not plan to join either side to break this balance. For a beyond grade A like him who was used to remaining neutral, in order to satisfy his interest of staying out of the show, he could give up some benefits. At the beyond grade A level, he had the capital to squander and did not need to restrict his personality at all. Furthermore, both sides were beyond grade as. Helping either side would anger the other. Austin was not stupid. Only by remaining neutral could he remain aloof. Austin's attitude was firm, and it was basically impossible to convince him. Han Xiao had no choice but to hang up after chatting for a while. Although he did not succeed, Han Xiao was not too disappointed. Austin was not part of his consideration in the first place. If he succeeded, it would be a surprise, but if he did not, it was within expectations. At the very least, he had failed on Cisco's side. The situation was already clear. The confrontation between Beyond Grade as would not change, so he could only think of a solution from the other organizations. On the mother planet of the Klent Kingdom, the Red Empire's Klent Diplomatic Embassy, Klent wants to ask for our help to deal with Black Star. In the office of the Diplomatic Embassy, Zoel looked at the Klent emissary in front of him and could not help but reveal an inexplicable smile. Yes, Black Star stood on Purple Crystal's side in the secret war and killed hundreds of our Calamity-grade supers. This is a huge blow to the high-level combatants of our alliance. Now that Black Star has advanced to beyond Grade A, he will become an even bigger obstacle for us. Our strength is limited, so I hope the Red Empire can provide some help, the Klent emissary said respectfully. Zoel tapped his fingers on the table and stared at the other party without saying a word. He was the emissary sent by the dynasty to Klent and had been there for many years. The emissary from the Red Empire that Han Xiao had met at the Tyrant's party was him. The races of the Red Empire had long lifespans. More than 10 years was not a long time for them. When Klent publicly sided with the Red Empire more than 10 years ago, Zoel went from the dark to the surface and built a diplomatic embassy on the Klent mother planet, representing the Red Empire to negotiate with the Klent rulers. At the same time, he had the authority to mobilize part of the Red Empire's army stationed in the Shattered Star Ring. The three universal civilizations had their own secret military factories and fleets in every star field. The size of the army in every star field was enough to fight with 2 to 3 star cluster civilizations at the same time. Being able to command the dynasty's secret armed forces in every star field proved that Zoel's position in the Shattered Star Ring was extremely high. He was one of the most powerful emissaries of the dynasty. Zoel thought for a while before saying, I will consider Klent's request. Please leave first. The Klent emissary could only bow and leave, gently closing the door for Zoel. Black Star, her. Zoel thought to himself. Zoel naturally knew about this new Beyond Grade A who had caused a commotion in the Shattered Star Ring recently. In fact, during the 10 years of the Secret War, Black Star's shocking achievements had already been recorded in the dynasty's database by Zoel. Clent was not willing to let Purple Crystal have a Beyond Grade A ally. Since their ally, the Tyrant, had already agreed to a battle, they had secretly sent someone to request the Red Empire's help, wanting to get rid of Han Xiao completely. As the dynasty's emissary, Zoel's standards were naturally very high. However, he was not arrogant. Even if the Red Empire had many Beyond Grade as their national pillars, he would not underestimate the other Beyond Grade as. It was because he understood that he knew that every Beyond Grade A was not to be trifled with. Zoel did not want to help Clent deal with a Beyond Grade A in his own star field. He was very interested in Black Star. Completing the path to Beyond Grade A in 20 years, no one in history has ever done that. He still has a very long lifespan, and his future potential is unpredictable. Zoel's eyes sparkled. Furthermore, such a person had even snatched the evolution cube that the Arcane Church had hidden. Maybe he could get in touch with him. As for Clent's thoughts, there was no need for the dynasty's emissary to explain to a star cluster civilization. At this moment, the internal communicator rang, and the face of one of his subordinates appeared. Your Excellency Zoel, a special person is looking for you. Would you like to transfer the call? Who is it? Black Star. He actually took the initiative to look for me. Zoel's eyes sparkled, and he pondered for 2 seconds before nodding. Transfer it in. Chapter 764. After waiting for a while, the screen of the communicator in Han Xiao's hand flashed, and the figure of Zoel appeared. Han Xiao raised his brows. The Red Empire Diplomatic Office did not reject his request, which meant that they were interested in talking to him. This was a good start. In his plan, forming an alliance with the Red Empire was a very important part. With a smile, Han Xiao said, "It's been a long time since we last met, Ambassador Zoel." That's right. The last time we met was more than 10 years ago. You followed the Dragon Emperor to the Tyrant's party. I still remember that you tried to persuade Ames to join the Red Empire. Although nothing came of it in the end, I had a deep impression of you. Zoel had a smile on his face. His attitude toward Han Xiao was not bad, not only because Han Xiao was a Beyond Grade A, but also because when the two of them first met more than 10 years ago, Han Xiao had shown signs of being on the side of the Red Empire. So, you still remember. Han Xiao smiled. Back then, I thought that the possibility of the Red Empire taking down the flickering world was very high. Now, my guess has been proven correct. Hearing this, Zoel's smile became even more obvious. More than 10 years ago, during the Tyrant's party, Black Star had predicted that the Red Empire would successfully take down the flickering world. Zoel's evaluation of Han Xiao could not help but improve. Your foresight is very far-sighted. I admire that. Of course, there's probably no one who can see further than me. Han Xiao lampooned in his mind. The benefit of being familiar with the plot was that even if you hadn't eaten today, I would know what kind of tea you would take tomorrow. After pausing for a while, Han Xiao finally brought up the purpose of his visit. My thoughts are still the same as 10 years ago. Now that the Black Star Corps has left Floating Dragon Island, I don't need to convince anyone. I can make my own decisions. Zoel's eyes sparkled. If I didn't understand wrongly, you want to join the Red Empire? That's why I'm looking for you today. Han Xiao nodded. Due to his promotion, the Black Star Corps had the qualifications to become a Beyond Grade A organization. However, the upper limit of an organization still depended on resources, connections, and other factors. In the galaxy, the 3 universal civilizations were his biggest backers. As long as he allied with one of them, he would be able to obtain an unimaginable amount of resources. At the same time, he also needed a strong partner to protect the evolution cube. Cisco and the Arcane Church would definitely not let this go easily, and the Radiant Federation might interfere as well. Countless large organizations in the universe would cast covetous gazes at the evolution cube, not to mention that there was also a lawless thug like Escod. Just the Black Star Corps, which was only at the star cluster level, would not be able to defend against so many malicious intents. Among the three universal civilizations, the Red Empire was the most suitable ally in Han Xiaoxin's eyes. He would be able to obtain the ticket to the flickering world in advance and use the upper echelons of the Red Empire to destroy Klent's plan and obtain victory in the secret war. These were all important factors that had to do with vital interests. Of course, there were other reasons as well. Han Xiao was someone from the Red Empire in his previous life, so he remembered more about the Red Empire's storyline and opportunities. Furthermore, among the three universal civilizations, he admired the Red Empire the most. The history of the three universal civilizations could be traced back to the origin calendar before the exploration era. The three civilizations were not born at the same time. Among them, the Radiant Federation was the oldest, followed by the Arcane Church, and the Red Empire was the youngest. There was a gap of thousands to tens of thousands of years between them. The origin calendar was a period of chaos and lack of records. At that time, there were no strong civilizations that could unify the galaxy, and there were no connections between the various star fields. All civilizations were alone, exploring and developing on their own in the dark forest. At that time, the three universal civilizations were far from reaching their current heights. The star fields they were in had other civilizations that were stronger than them. After many years of development and war, the three universal civilizations finally eliminated their opponents in their respective star fields and obtained the hegemony of their respective star fields. They began to explore the outside world beyond the desolate universe belts. The central galaxy, where the three universal civilizations stood today, was the starting star field of the three universal civilizations. They happened to be right next to each other, so they naturally discovered each other. As the saying went, how could one allow others to sleep in one's bed? The three universal civilizations all wanted to kill each other, so the universal war between the three universal civilizations broke out. This was the turning point from the origin calendar to the exploration calendar, and the three universal civilizations worked together to open a new era. At the beginning of the exploration calendar, the three universal civilizations explored the outside world while fighting. With the central galaxy as the center, the flames of war spread outward, and more star fields were discovered. In the process of exploring the star fields, more civilizations were forced to participate in this war. The war became more and more intense, and countless civilizations fell because of it. The war that swept across the entire universe was extremely tragic. Currently, there were a few desolate universe belts on the map of the galaxy. They were originally normal star fields, but they were forcibly turned into desolate universe belts during the Long War. Back then, the three universal civilizations did not have the overwhelming power that they had today. There were still a few powerful civilizations that were on the same level as them, and the evolutionary civilization was one of them. If these civilizations had survived to this day, it was very likely that they would have developed into universal civilizations and had the status of the three universal civilizations. Unfortunately, they had long been wiped out in the exploration calendar war. Only the Radiant Federation, the Arcane Church, and the Red Empire survived and obtained hegemony. They stopped fighting each other, allowing the era to catch a breather and enter the peaceful galaxy calendar. Only then did the universe become what it was today. After many years of peace, the development of the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church in terms of technology, system, and race had more or less stagnated. Their strength had weakened to varying degrees. Only the Red Empire had not fallen in peace and had always maintained its ambition and aggressiveness. Therefore, Han Xiao had high hopes for the Red Empire. A civilization full of ambition would always create more opportunities for development. Forming an alliance with it would be very promising. Zhou heard Han Xiao's confirmation but did not immediately respond. Instead, he fell into deep thought. He had originally planned to contact and test the waters, but he did not expect Black Star to take the initiative to ask to join the alliance. A beyond grade A joining a universal civilization was nothing new, but it was undoubtedly beyond his authority. He had to report this to the upper echelons. Zhou secretly estimated Han Xiao's value. Black Star's strength and potential are unquestionable. He has been in the dynasty's faction for more than 10 years, so he is not a fence-sitter. The Black Star core influence in the shattered star ring is considerable. After forming an alliance, it will become a new layout point for the dynasty in this star field, which will be beneficial for developing the flickering world. Furthermore, he has the evolution cube in his hands. Right, the evolution cube needs to be discussed. The evolution cube originally belonged to Cisco and was protected by the arcane church. Now that it was in Han Xiao's hands, it was an important bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Zoel directly asked, "There's something I need to understand. How do you plan to deal with the evolution cube?" Han Xiao smiled. "This thing is, of course, part of the conditions of our alliance. We can deal with it in a shared way. The Red Empire will support me in keeping the evolution cube, and you can send people to me to use it." He was talking about the cooperation between Cisco and the Arcane Church, but he did not plan to share the benefits of the evolution cube with the universal civilizations like Cisco did. Cisco had used the agreement of sharing the evolution cube to exchange for the Arcane Church's support for the Star Pupil Protoss race. Han Xiao did not have a race to raise, so he did not have too many burdens. Using the evolution cube to attract allies from other civilizations was more beneficial to him. Not bad. Zoel nodded. This was within his acceptable range. The dynasty's upper echelons should accept this condition. We can help you deal with some external obstacles. Apart from this, do you have any other requests? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This was the beginning of the negotiation. I have a few requests. Han Xiao put away his smile and said seriously, "First, I want the Red Empire to support me and the Black Star Corps." "No problem," Zoel replied without hesitation. "With the evolution cube, we are willing to give you more resources. Second, I hope the Black Star Corps can join the team exploring the flickering world." "Haha, even if you didn't say it, I think the dynasty would ask you to go," Zoel joked. Han Xiao nodded. That was true. The shattered star ring was the closest to the flickering world. If the Red Empire needed pioneers, the organizations in the shattered star ring would be their first choice. The entrance ticket to the flickering world was not a problem. Third, I hope the Red Empire will not speak for the Klent Kingdom regarding the secret war. Hearing this, Zoel immediately frowned. This is the decision of the upper echelons and not within my authority. I can't make any guarantees. This question was both out of his expectations and within reason. The secret war had been going on for so many years, so it was not strange for the Black Star to want to win. However, Klent was also an ally of the Red Empire. This was a multiple-choice question, and Zoel could not guarantee the decision of the upper echelons. "It's fine." Han Xiao waved his hands. "These three are my biggest conditions." I'll report it." Zoel knocked on the table and suddenly said, "By the way, do you need us to mediate the conflict between you and Heba?" Since Black Star was also going to join the Crimson Dynasty, the Tyrant and Black Star would be allies, and the conflict between the two parties was like a flood crashing into the Dragon King Temple. Although the public declaration of war could not be revoked, as long as the news of Black Star joining the Red Empire was announced, the two of them would naturally not fight. "No need." Han Xiao rejected. Zoel thought for a while and laughed. "You're right. I didn't consider it carefully. If the Red Empire came out to mediate the conflict, it would be detrimental to Black Star's image. People would think that Black Star was running to the Red Empire to escape the Tyrant's pursuit. If there's nothing else to add, I'll report your conditions to the upper echelons." "Oh, right." Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. "I have a small request. I hope to obtain some mechanic-class cutting-edge knowledges within 20 days. The Red Empire naturally had a full set of class knowledges, and cutting-edge knowledges were not that precious to them. He might be able to activate all the Emperor mechanic skills before the war. With Han Xiao's current manufacturing speed, 20 days was enough for him to create a large number of machines." Zoel nodded. If it was ultimate knowledges, the upper echelons would consider it, but cutting-edge knowledges were given without hesitation. After all, this was a beyond grade A who was preparing to join the alliance. This was the basic treatment. "All right, wait for my news." Zoel nodded. This was the initial negotiation between the two parties. The specific outcome would depend on the opinion of the upper echelons of the Red Empire. At the same time, somewhere in the shattered star ring, Sisko was flying toward the Colton star cluster in a spaceship. The Dragon Emperor actually interfered. TSK, looks like things won't go so smoothly. At this time, Sisko was not in a good mood. Heber wanted to fight Black Star alone and rejected his invitation to join forces. Sisko could only challenge Han Xiao himself. However, he also found a good opportunity. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Black Star keeping the evolution cube in a portable state. Black Star would carry the evolution cube with him everywhere he went. On the day of the battle, once he fought with the tyrant, he would definitely reveal an opening, and Han Xiao would have a chance to take the evolution cube back from Black Star. At that time, even if the tyrant refused to join forces, it would be useless. As long as they fought, he would be able to intervene at any time, and no one would be able to stop him. Taking advantage of the situation would not require him to fight Black Star head-on, and the success rate would be very high. Sisko's goal was ultimately the evolution cube, not Black Star. He did not care what others thought of him. For the development of his race, losing a little reputation was nothing. Originally, there was no problem with this plan. Black Star would be fighting alone, and his energy would be tied down by the tyrant. He would definitely not be able to face a second beyond Grade A super. However, Aim's interference had ruined his plan. Black Star had a teammate, and if he wanted to ambush him, Ames would definitely stop him. This way, he would not be able to snatch the evolution cube while Black Star was not paying attention. Unless there was someone who could restrain Ames. The best candidate was originally Austin, but this old man insisted on watching the show and refused to help no matter what. This made Sisko so angry that his eyes hurt, all 7 of them hurt. Left with no choice, he could only find another helper. Luckily, he still had a strong ally. Looks like I can only ask the Arcane Church's Shattered Star Ring garrison for help. If it's just to restrain a beyond Grade A, they should be willing to help. Sisko's eyes flashed like a light bulb. Chapter 765. After the date and location of the battle between Black Star and the Tyrant was announced, the entire Shattered Star Ring went into an uproar. All of a sudden, hundreds of millions of spaceships from various star clusters and star systems rushed to the battle location at the border of the Colton star cluster's West Wind star system. Be it the galactic residents or the various large organizations or civilizations, no one was willing to miss such a rare event in the star field. They all rushed to the location to witness it. As the party involved, the Bloodshed Land deployed a large fleet in the desolate universe belt at the border of the West Wind star system and marked out the battle location. Purple Crystal firmly supported Han Xiao and acted as his backup. The troops of Section 0 were also stationed at the battle location to face off against the Bloodshed Land. The Black Star Corps was not idle either. Under the orders of the various officers, countless fleets escorted armed satellite fortresses from different star systems to the battlefield to support their army commander. The Bloodshed Land and Section 0 faced off against each other. The area between the two was the designated battlefield, which was extremely vast. Around the battlefield, countless spaceships piloted by the galactic residents who had come to join in the fun were parked neatly in all directions. All kinds of spaceships were densely packed together, forming an ocean. Despite the vastness of the universe, the ocean of spaceships was still boundless. From afar, it looked like a nebula formed by the lights of spaceships. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Furthermore, more and more people arrived in spaceships every day and found their own seats to be spectators. The number of spectators was constantly increasing. Hundreds of thousands of galactic media outlets from various star systems heard the news and were already waiting at the battle location, adjusting the broadcast equipment. The date of the battle was still early, and all the Beyond Grade as had yet to arrive. However, there were already countless people waiting there in advance, showing the scene of a sea of people. This was not just a conflict between Beyond Grade as but also a super event in the Shattered Star Ring. A Beyond Grade A had a transcendent status. In the hearts of the galactic residents, A Beyond Grade A was like the biggest star in a starfield. Almost everyone knew about them, and everyone wanted to see their strength with their own eyes. The 20 days of reserved time allowed the attention of this event to increase even further. Almost 60 to 70% of the Shattered Star Ring citizens had privately discussed this topic. As the date of the battle approached, the galactic residents became more and more excited and could not wait. The galactic gambling industry would not let go of such a good business opportunity, and the various gambling companies controlled by the financial groups began to take action. The bets between the Tyrant and Black Star were opened very quickly. Countless people eagerly participated, and a huge amount of money flowed into the gambling industry. Countless gambling companies gave different odds, but overall, Heber's odds was lower than Han Xiao's odds, which meant that most people favored Tyrant's odds were higher. Although they were both beyond grade as, Han Xiao was still a newcomer, and he only had one battle record against beyond grade as, which was to escape unscathed from Psyker. Tyrant was the supernova superstar. Superstar gamer was supers, tyrants was tyrants'. Most mercenaries were gambling dogs. Although it was their boss's battle, the warriors of the Black Star Corps could not help but place their bets. Even the officers were no exception. Hurlus placed the most bets, all on Han Xiao. Most of the officers placed their bets on their army commander like him. The amount of money was not important, the most important thing was to express their loyalty and trust. There were only a few exceptions. You placed all your bets on the Tyrant. Sylvia's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Reynold. According to probability and my calculations, the Tyrant's chances of winning are 13% higher than His Excellency Black Star, Reynold said with a straight face. Sylvia helplessly face-palmed. Don't you have any trust in your teacher? I only believe in science, Reynold said with a serious expression. Rosalind, who was by the side, leaned on the sofa gracefully. She was wearing a gorgeous black robe with the Black Star Corps logo embroidered on it. She looked elegant and noble. While drinking, she listened to the conversation between the two of them with great interest. Rosalind was now the Black Star Army's great educator. She was in charge of educating the members of the army, spreading the culture of the army, and increasing the sense of belonging of the employees. She had been in this position for many years and was very fertile. At this moment, Rosalind smiled and interrupted. According to what I know, our deputy commander also placed his bets on the Tyrant, and he placed a lot of them. Lagi. Sylvia was furious. She pushed open the door and stormed out to find Lagi. She was the chief administrative officer with real power. Although Lagi was the deputy commander, he basically did not care about anything. Sylvia had the confidence to confront Lagi. As the deputy commander of the army, he actually placed his bets on the enemy. When Leonard heard this, his expression changed slightly. *T, Lagi also placed his bets on the Tyrant. The army commander's chances of winning will probably increase by at least 10% because of this. Rosalind smiled mockingly. Yo, don't you believe in science? Magic is also a part of science. Reynold was helpless. However, bets were just bets. In his heart, he still hoped that Black Star would win. Due to the battle between Black Star and the Tyrant, the secret war came to a standstill, causing the participating players to have nothing to fight. Even the main storyline mission was paused because of this. To the players of the Shattered Star Ring, this was the most influential legendary event in the past 3 versions. Black Star was already the faction leader in the hearts of many army players. Now that he had advanced to the Beyond Grade A realm, his position in the hearts of the players was even higher. Although Han Xiao did not issue any faction missions, the 2 to 3 million army players scattered all over the world followed the army fleet and headed to the location of the battle to support their army commander. This was not the first time that the players of the Black Star Corps had participated in a large-scale faction activity. This was the only time that it was organized spontaneously. Furthermore, it was the faction activity with the largest number of players in history. Countless posts on the forums were analyzing the cause and effect of this event. There was a theory that was most widely acknowledged by the players: this battle was the turning point of the Black Star Corps fate. The Black Star Corps was now the main faction in the hearts of the players of the Shattered Star Ring. Since version 2.0, it had been the guiding faction. Its influence continued to expand, and the resources and benefits that the players enjoyed also increased with the version. It almost satisfied all their needs for leveling up, missions, skills, knowledge, equipment, and so on. A single faction was comparable to the countless factions of the players of the other starfields. This allowed the players of the Shattered Star Ring to save time farming favorability with the other factions. Therefore, the Black Star Corps was once considered to be the only faction in the Shattered Star Ring. Therefore, there had always been people analyzing the future prospects of the Black Star Corps. According to the experience of the players of the other starfields, some people were worried that the Black Star Corps would not exist forever. Perhaps after a certain version update, the Black Star Corps would suffer an unprecedented blow. The benefits that they enjoyed now and the things that they had experienced would become a thing of the past that could not be recovered. The members of the army would then part ways and join different factions just like the players of the other starfields. Would they really be able to stay in the Black Star Corps forever? No one knew. This kind of conjecture had always existed, but it was rarely mentioned. Every popular thing would be viewed with pessimism by some people, but most players were not interested in worrying about it. Only the hardcore players who liked the storyline liked to ponder about this kind of prediction. Summer Night Flowers was an example. In the heated discussion on the forums, this battle was used as an important reference to predict the future. In the eyes of the players, if the army commander won, the Black Star Corps would very likely soar into the sky. The faction would grow again and become a higher-level organization, continuing to appear in the next version. However, if the result of this battle was not satisfactory, the feelings that the players had toward the army would also change subtly. The discussion on the forums affected Pork Bun. The Black Star series videos were his most popular works. Among all the players, he was the one who hoped that the Black Star Corps would develop smoothly the most. This time, I have to collect enough material and make a video of off the charts. Bun Hit Dog made up his mind. Aquamarine Federation Mother Planet, Black Star City, Government Building. Bennett put down the galactic communicator in his hands and could not hide the worry on his face. The news of the battle between Black Star and the Tyrant was constantly being shared on the various quantum networks in the Shattered Star Ring. Now that the Blue Star civilization was connected to the universe, everyone could browse the galactic network. Everything that happened in the universe was no longer a secret to the people of Blue Star. This is probably the strongest opponent you have ever faced. Bennett sighed. Nero, who was busy copying homework, looked up and asked curiously, "Dad, what are you talking about?" Bennett waved his hand, and Nero obediently came to his father and sat on Bennett's lap. "Your godfather is currently involved in a dangerous situation. A strong opponent challenged him, and he chose to accept the challenge." Bennett gave a brief summary. Nero was still a child, so he omitted many things and only let Nero know that Han Xiao was currently in danger. Nero was Han Xiao's godson, and Bennett had decided to stay in Blue Star and was prepared to entrust his child to Han Xiao. "Then, what should I do?" Nero scratched his head. "Dad, will you help Godfather?" Bennett smiled helplessly. "Your godfather doesn't need my help. There are some things that you will understand when you grow up." The difference between the two of them was too great. He did not even have the intention of contacting Han Xiao as he did not want to disturb Han Xiao. Bennett hugged Nero and looked up at the sky outside the window. He knew that Han Xiao was somewhere deep in the universe, so he prayed for Han Xiao. "Old friend," the huge fleet that set off from the Black Star Corps headquarters met up with Floating Dragon midway, and both parties headed toward the West Wind border together. A few days later, Zoel contacted Han Xiao and brought the Red Empire's reply. "The dynasty values your suggestion greatly, and we agree to your request. On behalf of the dynasty, I welcome you to join us." Zoel used a formal tone to announce the good news before adding with a smile, "We are now on the same side." Great, a Beyond Grade A is indeed powerful. Han Xiao clenched his fists in excitement. "I hope to have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Don't worry, the dynasty is very experienced in this regard." We have always treated our beyond grade A allies with sincerity. Zoel smiled. With the competition between the three universal civilizations, every beyond grade A ally was an important strategic chess piece. Thus, there would not be a situation where they bullied their customers. Once an alliance was confirmed, the universal civilizations would use excellent treatment to retain their allies. The Red Empire is currently dealing with the follow-up matters of the flickering world and will pass by the shattered star ring, Zoel said. Perhaps it won't take long for the resources supported by the dynasty to reach your hands. However, we will have to wait until your battle with the tyrant is over before we can officially start working together. After some time, the dynasty's official alliance contract will be sent to me. At that time, all you have to do is sign it. Although the contract did not have much binding power on beyond grade as, it was an official written acknowledgement. It was equivalent to having a status and had political significance. Han Xiao heard this and nodded. Joining the Red Empire was a step to a higher level, and the benefits would gradually show. Now, he had to deal with the tyrant. Only after dealing with the powerful enemies would he have time to deal with the development of the Black Star Core. Also, the dynasty has a request for you. We hope that you can make a trip to the central galaxy. The upper echelons of the dynasty would like to meet you and introduce you to the other beyond grade A allies of the dynasty. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. This meant that he would appear in the central galaxy as an ally of the Red Empire, which was equivalent to the Red Empire showing a new bargaining chip to their two neighbors. He did not have any thoughts about this. Since he wanted to enjoy the support of the Red Empire, he naturally had to bear the corresponding obligations. Although this meant that he would be labeled as an ally of the Red Empire by many organizations and receive the attention of the dynasty's enemies, he would mainly be active in the Shattered Star Ring, and the sensible organizations would not purposely find trouble with him. No problem. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. There's one more thing. My intelligence network discovered that the Arcane Church's troops in the Shattered Star Ring are moving. They seem to be heading to the location of the battle, possibly to support Cisco, Zoel said slowly. Therefore, I've mobilized the troops of the Red Empire, and they will also arrive at the battlefield. This is the condition we agreed on previously. They will help you resist external resistance. You guys are going to watch the battle too? Han Xiao stroked his chin. Is this okay? No one will suspect your intentions, right? Of course not. Zoel shrugged. After all, the tyrant is also our ally. Han Xiao almost laughed out loud. That's right. The Red Empire can use the tyrant as an excuse and say that they are sending troops to support the tyrant. No one will suspect their intentions, and no one will guess that they are actually here to help me. The Red Empire would not interfere in the battle between Han Xiao and the tyrant. This was an internal conflict, although the tyrant himself was still kept in the dark. However, Cisco was not one of them and was an external threat. He was also an unstable factor in this battle. The Arcane Church's target was obviously the Evolution Cube, and the Red Empire would not allow the Evolution Cube to be snatched back. There's one last thing. Zoel knocked on the table. Your application for cutting-edge knowledge has been approved. I'll send the information to you later. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Compared to the resources that he had yet to obtain, this was the real benefit. There were a total of 9 cutting-edge knowledges for the mechanic class. He had already learned 4 of them from Purple Crystal, and there were still 5 that he had yet to learn. He had specifically listed them out and given them to Zoel. He wondered how many cutting-edge knowledges the Red Empire would give him. May I ask how many cutting-edge knowledges the Red Empire has decided to give me? How many? Do you have some misunderstandings about universal civilizations? Zoel shook his head and laughed. They're all yours. Chapter 766. As expected of a rich guy. So generous. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. A universal civilization would naturally not be stingy with the benefits given to a beyond grade A super. Excluding ultimate knowledges, all the basic knowledges to cutting-edge knowledges were given to him with a wave of their hand. In his previous life, when Han Xiao was in the Red Empire, He had to constantly complete missions to earn contribution points in order to exchange for knowledges. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao went to the workshop. Not long after, the information was sent over. After taking a look, he could not help but be overjoyed. The 4 cutting-edge knowledges he had now were controllable annihilation weapon, abnormal state energy, quantum matrix thought field, and advanced space application. Zoel sent over the last 5 cutting-edge knowledges. Armed branch, cutting-edge material science, super composite mechanical architecture, energy branch, beyond visual range energy transfer, activation theory, control branch, space-time dimension exploration. Now, everything is complete. Han Xiao was excited. The control branch was his main class. Learning a cutting-edge knowledge only required 4 potential points, while the other 2 branches required 12 potential points each time. Han Xiao had saved up a large number of potential points when he advanced to beyond grade A. Although it was not enough to max out these knowledges, it was not a problem for him to learn 1 level of each of them. In the later versions of his previous life, the players could only choose to learn 1 or 2 cutting-edge knowledges from the other branches. However, Han Xiao was different. He had a huge amount of EXP to level up his skills, so he could earn several times more potential points than the players. It was not impossible for him to learn all the cutting-edge knowledges. Heba thought 20 days was short enough. Hee, Han Xiaoxin chuckled to himself. Compared to other mechanics, the interface was his biggest advantage. As long as he invested potential points, he would be able to learn knowledges quickly and save a lot of time. He would be able to obtain the greatest amount of growth in the limited time before the battle. When the time came, he would have more trump cards to deal with the tyrant. Without hesitation, Han Xiao invested potential points and confirmed to learn these 5 cutting-edge knowledges. Mechanic cutting-edge knowledge, space-time dimension exploration, detected. Invest 4 potential points to learn it. Learning, please. 9%. 24%. 57%. Successfully learned. You have mastered space-time dimension exploration. Mechanic cutting-edge knowledge, cutting-edge material science, detected. Would you like to spend 12 potential points to learn it? Learning in progress, please do not terminate. Successfully learned. You have mastered top material science, detected. A huge amount of information flowed into his brain. With Han Xiao's intelligence attribute, this burden was already very easy. Countless pieces of machinery knowledge were disassembled, analyzed, and then reassembled into a set of memories that were stored in the memory palace. After investing 52 potential points, he had mastered all 5 cutting-edge knowledges. Their names appeared on the class knowledge tree on the interface, glowing in orange. On the class knowledge tree, the names of basic knowledges were white, advanced knowledges were green, advanced knowledges were purple, cutting-edge knowledges were orange, and higher ultimate knowledges were glowing gold. At this moment, several notifications popped up on the interface. The prerequisite has been met. Your skill, Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel, has been activated. The prerequisite has been met. Your skill, Secondary Dimension Army, has been activated. The prerequisite has been met. Your skill, Mechanical Force Emperor's Authority, has been activated. The names of the 3 Emperor mechanic skills turned from gray to green, showing that they were unlocked. Han Xiao could not help but feel happy. The new knowledges he had mastered had all the prerequisites of these 3 skills. Only the last skill, King's Mentor, had not been activated. This skill not only required activation theory, but also an ultimate knowledge of a higher level. Because King's Mentor was a long-term nurturing ability, it would not be of much help to the battle in 10 days. Han Xiao was not in a hurry and planned to find a chance to unlock it in the future. With the Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel, the Mech Legion will be able to engage in long-range combat, and they will be able to enjoy the bonuses of mechanical force even without me personally descending. This way, my Mech Legion will have the ability to go on expeditions alone. As for the Secondary Dimension Army, I will be able to eliminate the army box jump tactic, greatly increasing the speed of reinforcements. Lastly, the Mechanical Force Emperor's Authority will provide even greater power to my main body, Han Xiao was very satisfied. The Emperor mechanic skills were extremely powerful, but the abilities he had obtained were not limited to just these. You have learned the skill, activated mechanical force. You have learned the skill, advanced machinery construction. You have learned the skill, top material refining. You have learned the skill, legendary enhancement. You have learned the skill, machinery fusion, bestowal. Han Xiao raised his hand and released mechanical force. A ball of mechanical force condensed in his palm, and its color changed. The blue of the lightning was mixed with a faint golden light, giving off a beautiful bluish-gold color. This was the effect of activated mechanical force. This skill originated from activation theory, and it was a passive ability. Its interface effect was plus 150% machinery affinity, and when it was maxed out, it would become plus 280%. Its introduction was to give the mechanical force the activation characteristic. As a result, the appearance of the mechanical force changed. The mechanical force turned into bluish-gold lightning, which complemented the name of the Emperor mechanic. Perhaps it was because of the enhancement from the light effect halo, but it looked much better than before. Advanced machinery construction was the advanced version of basic machinery construction. It greatly increased the speed of machinery construction. As long as there were enough raw materials, he could quickly turn the materials into parts through mechanical force and assemble them into machines according to the blueprint. It could be said that even if he did not bring any machines, as long as there was still metal around, he would not lack weapons. The other effect of this skill was to increase the effect of waste modification. Originally, it could only restore a broken machine 4 times, but now, the limit was increased to 8 times. The reduction of the performance of the machine each time was reduced from 20% to 10%, and the endurance was doubled. Top material refining and legendary enhancement were both advanced basic skills of a mechanic. They increased his ability to synthesize new materials and strengthen machinery. The last skill, machinery fusion, give, was similar to King's Mentor. It also came from the cutting-edge knowledge, activation theory, and was also an ability to nurture soldiers. The effect was to give a mechanical soldier the ability to devour other machines, decompose the target, load the opponent's armor and equipment onto itself, and repair its own hardware or enhance its performance. Generally speaking, this was the evolution and growth mode of mechanical life forms. However, these two skills did not overlap. The foundation of King's Mentor was the activation of mechanical force within the machine, and it cultivated energy. Machinery fusion, give, was the fusion of external hardware. To put it simply, King's Mentor was equivalent to increasing the energy bonus of the mechanical soldier, while machinery fusion, give, increased the physical strength and basic attributes of the mechanical soldier. The two complemented each other, and this was the normal growth channel for the mechanical soldier to become a mechanical life. These skills are important for me to increase my combat strength at this stage. Han Xiao thought to himself. Due to the 10-month experience penalty from the evolution cube, Han Xiao did not plan to waste any extra experience to increase his overall level. He decided to use all the experience to increase the level of his skills and increase his chances of fighting the tyrant. After carefully browsing through the new skills and leveling most of them up to the maximum level, Han Xiao closed the interface. These new cutting-edge knowledges could be used on the Mech Legion. There were still more than 10 days left, and his combat strength could still increase to a new peak in the short term. At this time, the fleet and floating dragon were on their way. Han Xiao handed all the matters to his officers and stayed in the machinery workshop, immersing himself in building machines. The others knew that he was preparing for war, and even Ames did not disturb his seclusion. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the battle arrived. The desolate universe belt outside of the West Wind Star system had become extremely lively, and it had long become an endless sea of spaceships. After 20 days of rushing, countless spaceships had arrived from various nearby regions. They were densely packed and seemed endless. And in the various star regions, star clusters, star systems, and planets, the number of people watching the broadcast was countless times that of the live audience. When all of them were added together, It was an astronomical number that couldn't be calculated. This battlefield had become a stage where everyone was paying attention to. At this time, not a single Beyond Grade A had arrived. Everyone was waiting excitedly for the main character to arrive. The Bloodshed Land and Section Zero's fleets were still in a standoff. Clent and Purple Crystal had also sent their official fleets to the scene to maintain stability. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding, and the secret war could turn into an official civilization war at any time. However, the official fleets of both sides were extremely restrained and did not clash. There are too many people here. In a Star Diamond grade flagship, Ralph looked at the endless crowd of spaceships through the porthole. Even with his high position and rich experience, facing such a shocking scene, he could not help but feel nervous. There were probably hundreds of millions of live audience members here. If things get chaotic later, we won't be able to maintain order. Ralph was worried. He turned to look at the communicator on the spaceship and asked, "How much longer until Black Star arrives?" Just now, the Black Star Corps headquarters sent a message. They said that His Excellency Black Star's troops will be arriving soon. Ralph's palms were sweaty, and he could not help but imagine what would happen later. He had led the Purple Crystal Fleet there not only to support Han Xiao but also to provide support to Black Star when necessary. It was not easy for them to have a Beyond Grade A ally, and Purple Crystal had already made up their mind to not give up. If the situation was unfavorable, Purple Crystal would not hesitate to help. After all, the secret war had already reached a stalemate, and Purple Crystal was not afraid of flipping the table. Furthermore, the authority to act according to the situation was in the hands of Ralph and a few other senior officers. At the same time, the Black Star Corps fleet was stationed at the most eye-catching location in Section Zero's camp. Hundreds of thousands of battleships filled the sky, and 2 to 3 million players were in some of the battleships, staring at the scene outside the porthole. The war is going to start today. Mad Blade could not help but clench his fists. He looked around, and the faces of the players around him were filled with curiosity, anticipation, nervousness, excitement, and so on. The scale of this event was unprecedented. It was the biggest storyline event in the 3 versions of Galaxy, and no player was willing to miss it. In the Bloodshed Lands camp, there was also a group of players present. There were about 1,000 of them, and they were the defectors led by Summer Night Flower. This was what the army players called them on the forums. Looking at the Black Star Corps fleet in the distance, Summer Night Flower had mixed feelings. He had once been one of them as well. The way Summer Night Flower saw it, the battle between the Bloodshed Land and the leader of the Black Star Corps might be the last chance to confirm his guess. The Mercenary League had also sent people to the scene to watch the battle, occupying a VIP seat with a wide view. This is unprecedented. How many years has it been since something like this happened in the Shattered Star Ring? In the private chat channel of the Mercenary League, Garager could not help but sigh. He was the leader of the Sky Ring Army and one of the upper echelons of the Mercenary League. I remember that the last time a Beyond Grade A publicly challenged a battle was 276 years ago, when Austin sparred with someone from the previous generation of the Shattered Star Ring, another army commander said. 200 years ago. TSK, back then, I was still an officer of the Elf Palace's guerrilla army. Underworld Feather casually tossed a piece of dried meat from an unknown creature into her mouth and said while chewing, "I bet you definitely didn't have such a weird fetish 200 years ago." Garager could not help but look at the dried meat in Underworld Feather's hand. What weird fetish? I'm a gourmet. Underworld Feather rolled her eyes. Garager shook his head and ignored her. Since Black Star has become a Beyond Grade A, no matter what the result of this battle is, I have to invite him to be the chief director of the Mercenary League. Everyone will have more opportunities to develop under his name. All the army commanders nodded, and no one had any objections. The Mercenary League was also a well-known large organization in the Shattered Star Ring, and the Black Star Corps was one of the founders. No one minded Black Star becoming the leader of the Mercenary League in name. In fact, the Mercenary League would have a better future with the name of a Beyond Grade A super. There were also many organizations like the Mercenary League that had come to support Han Xiao, such as the Star Beast organization and the various financial groups. At this moment, under everyone's gazes, A blue whirlpool-like teleportation gate suddenly appeared in the middle of the empty battlefield, expanding rapidly. It's finally here. Hooah! At this moment, everyone present was in an uproar. The suppressed excitement in everyone's hearts was instantly ignited. Chapter 767. The spectators in every spaceship stopped chatting and stared at the blue teleportation gate that suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. The wormhole-like teleportation gate continued to expand as though there was no limit. The largest spaceship on the battlefield was the armed satellite base of the Black Star Corps, and the size of the teleportation gate exceeded the size of the satellite base. The radars of all the spaceships buzzed as they detected the rapidly rising energy waves. The next moment, a majestic, enormous castle slowly squeezed out of the teleportation gate, wrapped in a colorful magic shield. The spherical translucent shield was covered with countless runic circles made of light patterns. The complicated magic circles looked as gorgeous as decorations and were flickering at a breathing rate, constantly absorbing the dark energy of the universe to refine energy for the castle. The hidden Red Robe Abbey's treasure, the Palace of Hidden Spells. Austin is here. He actually teleported his base here. That's too high profile. Is he here to watch the battle or to help one side? Although the first to arrive was the only Beyond Grade A in the Shattered Star Ring who had nothing to do with this battle, the spectators were still excited. Even Austin was here, which meant that 5 Beyond Grade As would be gathered together for the first time. It was unprecedented. This guy is here to join in the fun too? Ralph was shocked. He was afraid that Austin would come to disrupt the situation. The commander of the Bloodshed Land Troops was Jode, and his heart was also in his throat. I wonder if Austin is a friend or foe, Jode swallowed. The one who contacted Austin privately was Cisco, so he did not know why Austin was here. The Palace of Hidden Spells quickly arrived, and the teleportation gate shrunk rapidly, turning into a dot of light and disappearing. Austin's base was a universal treasure beyond Grade A Mage Tower. He had carved a large number of space teleportation arrays, which allowed him to perform long-distance teleportation through dimension travel. Countless mags living in the Palace of Hidden Spells walked out of the castle, came to the open platforms, and gathered to watch the battle. Austin led the Forbidden Sorcerer troops and appeared above the Palace of Hidden Spells, hovering in the air. He controlled the Palace of Hidden Spells to fly to a good position at the edge of the battlefield while observing the endless group of spaceships with interest. TSK, why am I the first to arrive? These youngsters nowadays have no concept of time at all. Austin's chubby little hand held his chin as he lamented. He had rejected both parties' requests to form an alliance. This time, he had specially come to watch the battle. In order to watch the show comfortably, he had even moved his hometown here. It could be said that he was a high-end, grand, and high-class shut-in. While countless people were whispering to each other and guessing Austin's purpose for coming, a commotion was spreading at the edge of the fleet far away. A huge fleet appeared and headed toward the battlefield. When the spectators saw the insignia of this fleet, they were all shocked and hurriedly drove their spaceships to make way. The outer armor of the spaceships of this fleet was engraved with an emblem that everyone in the universe knew. It was the national emblem of the universal civilization, the Arcane Church. The Arcane Church also came. This was a part of the Arcane Church's garrison in the Shattered Star Ring. The small frigates were all standard ships of the Arcane Church, mainly in the shape of a disc. They were very thin, black, and dark purple, with matrix-like patterns engraved on them. There were 3 huge hollow holes in the hull of the ship, which were distributed in a triangular shape. A red and black ball of dark energy was floating in each hole, which was extremely dense. It was both an energy furnace and an annihilation weapon. The large flagship was in the shape of a butterfly, with a sphere in the center and hundreds of pairs of butterfly wings connected to the sides. These butterfly wings were currently in a retracted state, stacked together. It looked like there was only one pair. Although the material was metal, it was some kind of alloy with extremely good ductility, soft and light like cloth. If it entered combat mode, these butterfly wings would all open and slide along the surface of the sphere in the center, turning into the shape of a sun. This arcane church fleet entered the battlefield without any obstructions. A spaceship flew out, and the hatch opened. It was Cisco, the second beyond Grade A to arrive. He floated in front of the arcane church's fleet and stared at the purple crystal fleet and Section 0 in the distance. Although his size was as small as a grain of sand compared to the huge fleet, he attracted the attention of everyone present. The countless people watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air. Cisco is here. The arcane church fleet is actually moving together with him. Is this the attitude of a universal civilization? The arcane church was behind the star pupil Protoss, and this was not a big secret. However, a universal civilization had not expressed their stance on this matter in the past few days and suddenly appeared at this time. It was obvious that they wanted to interfere in this battle, and no one was mentally prepared for this. Be it the spectators at the scene or the audience watching the broadcast, they were all shocked. They had originally thought that this battle was mainly a conflict between Beyond Grade As, but now that a universal civilization had interfered, the situation instantly became complicated. This is not good. The arcane church is here to help Cisco. Ralph immediately acted as if he was facing a great enemy. This arcane church fleet was extremely powerful and was enough to fight against Purple Crystal and Section 0. Furthermore, this was a universal civilization, so they did not dare to make a move. On the other side, Jode could not help but feel apprehensive. Originally, the star pupil Protoss race was too far away and did not send any reinforcements. Almost everyone thought that Cisco had come alone. However, the appearance of the arcane church made Cisco the strongest person present. Because of the special status of a universal civilization, all the organizations present kept quiet out of fear. However, before everyone could accept the changes in the situation, another wave of waves rose up, and another fleet descended. Seeing who it was, every spectator was dumbfounded. Red Empire. Another universal civilization? The spaceship technology of the Red Empire was very different from the Arcane Church. The spaceships of the Arcane Church had a magical style, while the spaceships of the Red Empire had a heavy industrial style. The spaceships of the spaceships were filled with the beauty of machinery and steel. Just looking at them from afar made one feel pressured. The Red Empire fleet squeezed into the center of the battlefield and hovered beside Klent, facing the Amethyst civilization together with the Arcane Church fleet. It looked like they were here to help the tyrant. More than 10 days ago, Zoel had agreed to the request of the Klent upper echelons to send troops to help the tyrant. Seeing that his backer was here, Jode also relaxed. He looked at the Black Star Corps with a cold smile. Do you see that, little brother? Do you have a backer? We have two here. On the other side, in the Star Diamond grade flagship, Ralph slammed his hands on the table. His face was pale, and his knees were weak. He did not expect the situation to turn out like this. The current situation was not only bad but also hopeless. If a conflict really broke out later, how were they going to fight against two universal civilizations with their weak arms and legs? At this moment, the countless spectators who were in a daze finally regained their senses. Their hearts were filled with shock. The Red Empire and the Arcane Church are both here. Two universal civilizations are standing on the opposite side of Black Star. Black Star only has the Amethyst civilization as his backer. It looks a little too pitiful. A new Beyond Grade A actually has to face such a situation. He's probably in for a bad time. In everyone's eyes, the current situation was clearly two universal civilizations against Black Star. The alliance between the Tyrant and Star Pupil was too strong, and Black Star's situation took a turn for the worse. Countless people could not help but worry for Black Star. They became more and more pessimistic. This indirectly affected the various betting stations. The Tyrant's bets rose crazily. Originally, the betting companies wanted to stop the bets after Black Star and the Tyrant appeared, but now, they were so scared that they immediately shut down the bets. In the Black Star Corps fleet, the millions of players had their hearts in their mouths. This was the first time they had seen a universal civilization at the peak of the galaxy, but the other party was the enemy of their own faction. The army commander looks like he's in for a bad time. Maple Moon clasped her hands together nervously. Mad Blade could not help but worry and clench his fists. Although the Black Star Corps was the main faction in the hearts of the players, under the influence of the three versions, the players had long established the impression that the universal civilizations were the overlords of the galaxy. Originally, many of the players were rather optimistic about this battle, but the current situation made them unable to laugh. The situation was not good. Many of them were shaken. The future version would most likely revolve around the universal civilizations, but now, the Black Star Corps had become the enemy of the universal civilizations. This was not a good sign. On the other hand, Summer Night Flower on the Bloodshed Land side was filled with joy. The reason he had high hopes for the Bloodshed Land was because this organization had a way to rise and could be used as a springboard to join the Red Empire. Above the Black Star Corps, only the Amethyst civilization could not be compared. At this moment, the appearance of the Red Empire fleet was like a shot of adrenaline, and Summer Night Flower regained a lot of confidence in his conjecture. Do you see that? This is the limitation of faction development that I was talking about. I've emphasized since the beginning that you can't be confused by the benefits in front of you like the Black Star Corps players. You have to have a long-term vision like me to make the right choice. Summer Night Flower became lively again and spoke to the players around him with a smile. At the same time, in the flagship of the Black Star Corps, the officers all had solemn expressions, and no one spoke. Lagi sighed and broke the silence. Sigh, it seems like I'm going to die here today. In the past, there would always be people who would tease Lagi about his depression, but now, all the officers pursed their lips, and no one replied. Even the officers could not help but become pessimistic. They had not forgotten that their army commander was going to face two challenges. Even if they survived the tyrant, there was still Cisco coming up to force Blackstar to hand over the evolution cube. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that Han Xiao's best choice was to admit defeat and hand over the evolution cube. There were two universal civilizations eyeing them covetously, and the organizations behind them far exceeded theirs. They could not think of any reason why the army would forcefully keep the evolution cube. If he insists. A calamity-grade officer could not help but speak. Shut up. Sylvia glared at him. What we have to do is follow the army commander's decision. What are you trying to say? Everyone looked at each other. Other than Hurlus and the others who had the most experience, most of the officers who had joined the army later prayed in their hearts. I hope Blackstar doesn't lose his mind. At this time, a Bloodshed Land spaceship flew over from afar and arrived at the center of the battlefield. Heber had finally arrived. His mountain-like body was wearing heavy armor as he floated in the center of the battlefield. All the radars of the spaceships detected the terrifying energy boiling in his body, as though he was a walking supernova. Heber turned around and glanced at Cisco, warning him not to disturb his plan. Saika's face was expressionless as he retreated some distance. The tyrant is here too. Only Blackstar and the Dragon Emperor are left. Sai, they're here. The spectators hurriedly looked over and saw a Blackstar fleet escorting Floating Dragon Island toward them. As Floating Dragon Island could not travel that fast, Han Xiao and Ames were the last to arrive. The surrounding spaceships all made way for the enormous Floating Dragon Island to pass through and enter the battlefield smoothly. Everyone is finally here. Everyone was energized. Ames slowly rose into the air and flew above Floating Dragon Island. At this time, Han Xiao also flew out from the main ship. The two of them faced off against Heber and Cisco from afar. Not far away was Austin, who was watching the show. Blackstar had filled in the gap of the mechanic class. The 5 beyond grade as of the Shattered Star Ring happened to be supers of different classes. The countless spectators suddenly felt a sense of ritual, as though they were the witnesses. Han Xiao turned around and exchanged glances with Ames. They nodded to each other. Then, he glanced at the crowd, and his mouth could not help but twitch. Why are there so many people, and they're so close? Aren't they afraid that we'll randomly kill a few lucky spectators? Han Xiao raised his head and glanced at the Palace of Hidden Spells. He had nothing to say to this old man, so he shook his head and looked at Heber. After sizing him up, he connected to the tyrant's communicator, and his voice sounded in Heber's armor. I'm here. Little Tai Tai, how do you want to fight? What did you call me? Heber did not react in time. Heh, I'll call you whatever I want. Han Xiao raised his brows and chuckled. Heber could not be bothered to reply and said condescendingly, Black Star, I've had high hopes for you since more than 10 years ago. It proves that my eyes were right. Unfortunately, you rejected my invitation and made the wrong decision. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Han Xiao curled his lips. Don't say such useless things. Didn't you want to use me to establish your authority today? That's right. Heber did not hide anything. You were able to survive until now because you didn't have any value to me in the past. You didn't disappoint me and kept your life until today so that I can use your blood to color my throne. After reaching the beyond grade A realm, only by killing those of the same level would one be able to gain a greater reputation in the galaxy. This was the best way to increase one's status, and this had always been the tyrant's goal. In his eyes, as long as his reputation grew, there would be an endless stream of talents joining him. However, the other 3 beyond grade as in the Shattered Star Ring were not easy to deal with, and there was no reason for him to attack. Even Ames, whose abilities were countered by him, had top-notch survival abilities. Thus, he decided to raise a beyond grade A enemy and kill him before he could grow up. He would step on the enemy's corpse and establish his name as the tyrant. And Han Xiao was the target he had chosen. Since he likes to raise pigs so much, be careful not to be killed by them. Han Xiao could not help but shake his head. At this time, a new notification popped up on the interface. You have triggered the Grade S mission, Tyrant Heber. Mission introduction. Beyond grade as are the top experts standing at the peak of the galaxy. They have unparalleled strength, and Heber is one of them. Are you sure you want to fight him? Mission requirements. Last as long as possible in the hands of Heber. Combat mode is unlimited. You can only leave combat for a maximum of 30 minutes. If you exceed this limit, the mission will enter the final phase. There is no limit to the number of times you can leave combat. Reward. This mission reward is in stages. You will receive a corresponding reward for every requirement you meet. Only 1% of the time you leave combat will be counted into the judgment time. Last for 10 seconds, 10,000 experience last for 30 seconds, 23,000 experience last for 1 minute, 45,000 experience last for 2 minutes, 70,000 experience last for 3 minutes, 90,000 experience, plus 1 legendary point, last for 5 minutes. Character summon card, Tyrant Heber, 300000 experience, last for 20 minutes. Randomly draw a talent or ability from the Tyrant, 850000 experience, plus 1 legendary point. It's actually such a mission. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. A Beyond Grade A was a true big boss, an insurmountable mountain. Even if the players had his current level, they would not be able to defeat a Beyond Grade A with a full set of molding talents. The only difference was how long they could last. In the later versions of his previous life, there were also players who challenged a Beyond Grade A, and some of them had a chance of triggering a special Grade S mission. The reward would be given according to how long the players could last in the hands of the boss. In his previous life, it was extremely difficult for most players to last even a minute in a head-on battle with a Beyond Grade A. The only way was to leave combat and kite. Because only 1% of the time left combat was counted, this meant that each time they left combat, they would only gain 18 seconds of judgment time. To the players, if they wanted to complete the requirement of lasting 20 minutes, they would have to leave combat more than 60 times and not be caught by a Beyond Grade A within 30 minutes. In other words, they would have to stall a Beyond Grade A for a total of 30 hours. Han Xiao had also challenged a Beyond Grade A before, and his best result was only a few minutes. However, the evaluation of the interface mission had always been based on the strength of the players, and Han Xiao was the only exception. He did not even need to leave combat, he could directly face the boss head-on. With his endurance, 20 minutes was just enough for him to warm up. Han Xiao exhaled, and the blue-gold mechanical force suddenly exploded. He opened his arms, clenched his fists, and punched the sides of his body as though he was holding lightning. A secondary dimension that had been completely explored in the past 10 days suddenly opened up behind him. Looking around, it was filled with the black mass of the Mech Legion. There seemed to be no end to them. Emperor Mechanic, Secondary Dimension Army. The Emperor personally led the army into battle. Seeing this, Heber twisted his neck, and flames erupted from his body like a supernova, dazzling like a star. The next moment, the Mech Legion surged out and welcomed a star-like figure. Today is the New Year's Eve, so I finished writing it in advance and posted it. I'm begging for the monthly votes of the new year tomorrow. Also, I wish you all a new start in 2019. Good luck, prosperity, 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 another year. Chapter 768. In more than 10 days, Han Xiao's Mech Legion had already recovered to the size of millions. All the models had been strengthened, and the huge army blocked in front of Heber. All kinds of long-range weapons were fired at Heber. Psionic particle cannons and dark energy annihilation rays formed a dazzling rain of light that bathed Heber. The pugilist flames all over Heber's body swelled into a huge reddish-gold light ball with a diameter of several thousand meters, forming his protective energy. It pushed his mountain-like body forward, dragging a long flame tail behind him. He was like a comet going against the black tide. In the eyes of the countless spectators, this scene gave rise to a domineering feeling that even though there were tens of thousands of people, he would still press on. The storm of long-range attacks bombarded Heber's protective energy shield, leaving behind clusters of expanding energy balls in his path. Withstanding the destructive focus fire, Heber charged into the Mech Legion's formation, smashing through the layers of defense formed by the mechanical soldiers and shooting toward Han Xiao. He chose to charge indirectly because he wanted to use his strength to attack the enemy's weakness, using close combat to quickly finish off Han Xiao. As expected of a beyond grade A pugilist. What terrifying tankiness! Han Xiao glanced at the combat information and raised his brows. Heber's level, attributes, and health were all question marks. The interface showed that several molding grade abilities on Heber's body had been triggered. They were low damage immunity, true damage immunity, fixed damage reduction, the huge damage reduction brought by super toughness, and the damage reduction of a beyond grade A pugilist's protective energy shield. This meant that Heber was immune to true damage and normal attacks that did not exceed a certain limit. The limit was equivalent to that of an ordinary calamity grade. Only explosive attacks could cause actual damage to Heber. Due to the special fixed damage reduction, only the damage that exceeded the limit would be calculated. If the limit of damage immunity was 100, and you dealt 110 points of damage, it would be 110 minus 100 points. A part of this 10 points of damage would be shared by the energy shield, and the rest would be reduced by the molding grade resistance talent. After so many layers of reduction, the final number was the actual damage that Heber had suffered. The most frightening thing was that Heber's recovery ability was not bad either. Although it was far inferior to his, it still provided a considerable amount of endurance. Thick, hard, and durable. This was a true beyond grade A meat shield. As expected of the iron-head brat who easily pierced through planets with his physical body. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. He had long known that this would be a tough battle. Hardaway also had two molding talents, true damage immunity and low damage immunity. However, he was an Esper and had only one ability, so his attack power was not high. Heber was clearly more well-rounded. As a beyond grade A pugilist, he was not only a meat shield but also a brute with shocking destructive power. Therefore, Han Xiao was not interested in fighting a beyond grade A pugilist. Even though he was quite tanky himself, the difference between the main attribute and the secondary attribute of a beyond grade A pugilist was like a chasm. The difference between their attributes was too great, and close combat was simply asking for trouble. Seeing Heber's sudden appearance, he immediately guessed that Heber wanted to end the battle quickly and secretly curled his lips. Although this was the correct tactic for pugilists to use against mechanics, it also meant that the tyrant was very confident in his destructive power. Clearly, he did not care about the indestructible body title that he had earned at the Calamity grade. Do you think it's that easy to end the battle quickly? Han Xiao snorted coldly and casually threw a luck curse at Heber. It did not matter if it worked or not, he would just throw it away first. He would use different tactics against different opponents and immediately kited them. His main body would rely on his speed to move around and control the Mech Legion to surround Heber. The strengthened Mech Legion after becoming a Beyond Grade A had even stronger performance. With the bonus of his machinery affinity, hundreds to thousands of ordinary mechanical soldiers would be able to deal with a Calamity grade. Furthermore, with the endurance provided by advanced machinery construction, he was not afraid of a battle of attrition. Most importantly, most of the mechanical soldiers would be able to break through Heber's defense. Even if the actual damage was reduced by a lot, the size of the army was still there. Even against a bug-level meat shield like Heber, they would still be able to deal a lot of damage to Heber. This was the advantage of the army style against any class. As the mechanical soldiers grew stronger, the human wave tactic would always be able to pose a threat to those of the same level. Han Xiaoshin knew that there were no shortcuts when facing an opponent like the Tyrant. He could only use the human wave tactic to grind down the iron rod into a needle. The energy of the mechanical suit flowed into the thrusters, and Han Xiao turned into a stream of light and moved around. The vast battlefield had more than enough space for him to open up a battle line. Heber's every move was filled with powerful flames, like a star releasing energy, blowing up piles of mechanical soldiers. However, the broken mechanical soldiers quickly reformed under the guidance of Han Xiao's mechanical force. They were not afraid of death and constantly changed their formation to intercept him. As a Beyond Grade A, Han Xiao had all sorts of mechanical equipment to provide him with power, so his speed was much faster. Although Heber's physical body was not slow, it was much more cumbersome in comparison, making it difficult for him to close the distance. This battle will drag on for too long. Heber smashed a giant soldier with a punch and frowned. There had not been a Beyond Grade A mechanic in the Shattered Star Ring for many years, so Heber did not have much experience fighting mechanics of the same level. However, he knew that the power of a mechanic came from knowledge and time. Black Star had only advanced for less than 2 months, so he had limited time to learn. He did not have enough time to expand his mechanical army, so he was still young and the easiest to deal with. Therefore, what Heber wanted was a one-sided battle, not a battle of attrition. I have to put in more effort. Heber took a deep breath. What he inhaled was not air but the dark energy that was everywhere in the universe. Every cell of his was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the dark energy like it was thirsty and then dividing rapidly. The next moment, his mountain-like body expanded, and his armor exploded. He turned into a giant dozens of meters tall and entered the second stage. He was also a unique Beyond Grade A species. Furthermore, when a pugilist advanced to Beyond Grade A, he would basically have a special characteristic, a genetic limiter that removed the physical body. In other words, there was theoretically no limit to the strength of his body. Heber stretched out his palm, aimed at Han Xiao in the distance, and shook his head. You are indeed talented. If given time, you might have a chance to become an existence like the Mecha Empire in the future. What a pity. The next moment, everyone's vision turned white. A dazzling light shot out from Heber's palm. This shockwave blast was extremely fast, and it was not as simple as shooting out. It could be remotely controlled by Heber and had a tracking effect. Han Xiao dodged more than 10 times, but he was still hit by the beam of light. His whole body was bathed in reddish-gold pugilist flames. Assessing energy level. Failed. Your energy level is lower than the opponent. You have entered the energy lock state. You are unable to release energy. Han Xiao was shocked. The pugilist flames around him exerted a suppressive force that caused the mechanical force in his body to become completely silent. It shrunk in his cells, unable to be released. His mechanical force connection with the mechanical army was cut off. He tried to break through the pugilist flames around him, but he was met with a terrifying resistance. His body moved extremely slowly, almost as if he was fixed in the reddish-gold beam of light. This is, Han Xiao's pupils constricted. Come here. Heber pulled with his palm, and the reddish-gold beam of light quickly shrunk, pulling Han Xiao in the distance toward him. Pugilists tempered and refined their own energy. Energy was an extension of their limbs and could be bestowed with many attributes. In terms of the density of their energy, pugilists were at the top of the 5 major supersystems. They were masters of using energy. To pugilists, the so-called skills were different pugilist moves. There were more than 100 billion pugilist schools in the universe, and the number of moves was endless. This move was to compress one's pugilist energy and release a shockwave that would form a special energy field after hitting the target. Using one's own pugilist energy to suppress the target's pugilist energy was like laying down layers of barriers around the target's pugilist energy, forcibly blocking the target's pugilist energy within the body. This was a kind of pugilist control technique. Unless one's energy level was higher than or equal to Heber's, there was no way to avoid it. Heber was a veteran beyond grade A who had been around for many years, and his energy level was unfathomable. The Mech Legion focused their fire on Heber under the control of the artificial intelligence. However, without Han Xiao's mechanical force bonus, they could not even break through Heber's defense. The hovering guard behind Han Xiao released a tractor beam, wanting to pull him out of the reddish-gold beam of light. However, Heber's arm muscles bulged, and he injected more energy into the beam of light. Countless light bullets shot out from the reddish-gold beam of light, blowing up any machinery that approached. Han Xiao thought quickly. I have to think of a simple way to break this move. Heber definitely won't only use it once. The cooldown for Void Hyperdrive is too long. I can escape once, but I can't escape a second time. Suddenly, he had an idea and activated the talent that he had not used for a long time, Chaos Body Release. His entire person turned into a grey mist, turning into his Chaos Body state. He then used Void Hyperdrive to leave the reddish-gold beam of light and returned to his human form. The talent of the Void Race. Heber had seen Han Xiao's information and was not surprised. According to the information, Black Star's Void Hyperdrive had a cooldown of a few minutes. Now that he had used it, it was equivalent to him losing a trump card. However, what the outside world did not know was that when Han Xiao used talents like Void Hyperdrive in his Chaos Body state, the cooldown would be reduced to less than 10 seconds. This was his talent when he was a Chaos Observer. At that time, he was not as famous as he was now, and he rarely revealed this ability in front of outsiders. Han Xiao released his mechanical force to link the Mech Legion again and sighed in his heart. He originally wanted to rely on his own strength to contend with the tyrant, but now, it seemed that there was indeed a certain gap between him and Heber. With his tankiness, his life would not be in danger, but the situation would definitely be very passive. Since he had agreed to a battle in front of so many people, Han Xiao did not want to be suppressed by Heber the entire time. I originally wanted to save some, but it seems like I can't. Han Xiao licked his lips, opened the interface, and activated an item. Character Summon Card Reynold. Perfect mechanical sense. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly opened wide, and lightning flashed in his pupils. The mechanical force flowing through the mechanical soldiers became dazzling, and a blue-gold light seeped out from the gaps in the mechanical soldiers. At this moment, Han Xiao's machinery affinity skyrocketed, increasing the strength of the Mech Legion by a full 1.4 times. Seeing this, Heber's movements paused, and his eyes were filled with doubt. It seems a little different. So this is the strength of a beyond grade A, too strong. The spectators at the scene stared at the two of them in shock. Many of them only knew the concept of beyond grade As, but they had never personally witnessed a battle between beyond grade As. At this moment, they were dazzled. His Excellency Tyrant is so charming. Jode had an excited look on his face. As the saying went, it was easier to attract the same sex if one had a good physique. Most of the pugilists in the Bloodshed Land worshipped the Tyrant, and seeing the Tyrant display his strength, the people of the Bloodshed Land were extremely excited. On the other hand, the Amethyst Civilization and some of the surrounding organizations were all worried for Han Xiao. Ames did not interfere in the battle between the two of them. This was an arranged battle, and since Han Xiao did not say anything, there was no need for her to deal with the Tyrant. At this moment, Ames was staring at Cisco closely. Han Xiao had told her that if Cisco made any strange movements, it was best to stop him immediately. Cisco glanced at Ames, then turned his gaze to the battlefield and narrowed his eyes. Black Star's strength has improved compared to when he fought me, but he's still not a match for the tyrant. It's inevitable that he'll be at a disadvantage, Cisco nodded. The current situation was not out of his expectations. He knew how strong the tyrant was, and although Black Star was on par with him, it did not mean that he could fight the tyrant to a draw. The abilities of Beyond Grade as were different and countered each other. Cisco was not afraid of the tyrant because mental attacks were the tyrant's weakness, but he was also afraid of the tyrant's strength. The two of them did not interfere with each other. However, Black Star could not target the tyrant's weakness like he could and could only fight head-on. The tyrant's strength naturally exceeded that of a new Beyond Grade A super. If it was a normal new Beyond Grade A, the tyrant might have really killed him. However, Cisco had fought with Black Star before, so he was the only one who knew about Black Star's strength and did not reveal it to the tyrant. Black Star also has a body that's extremely durable even among Beyond Grade As, not much weaker than Heber's. He should be able to last for a long time. They're still testing each other. When their condition deteriorates, it'll be time for me to make my move. With that thought, Cisco turned around and looked at the Arcane Church's flagship behind him. He knew that in the flagship's command room, the fleet commander was waiting for his signal. Right at this moment, a meteor-like figure flashed past his vision and flew into the Bloodshed Lands formation not far away, smashing 7 or 8 spaceships. Psyker turned his head to look and was immediately shocked. The one who was sent flying was the tyrant. Cisco was a little stunned. He turned around and looked at Han Xiao, who had activated his perfect mechanical sense. It seems like I still underestimated you. A new year has begun. Happy New Year, brothers. P.S. You can't write onomatopoeia in battles in the universe. It feels like something is missing. Chapter 769. At this time, Han Xiao's energy level suddenly increased, and the power of the Mech Legion increased. Heber was caught off guard and was sent flying by a series of particle cannons. Heber's rising momentum was interrupted, and this made the countless spectators excited. Black Star was actually hiding such strength. Cisco's expression changed slightly. The energy level Han Xiao released at this time surprised him. He was very sure that Black Star did not have such strength when they fought more than a month ago. Is this his trump card? Ames could not help but glance at Han Xiao, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Seeing that their boss had created a gap in their formation, Jode's expression changed. The excitement of the Bloodshed Land officers was instantly extinguished. Although Heber only suffered a small loss, the opponent was only a new Beyond Grade A. The Bloodshed Land officers originally thought that the tyrant would have the upper hand and beat Black Star into a sorry state. However, the situation before their eyes shocked them. The Mech Legion chased after him, and this time, Heber stabilized his body. His expression was solemn, and he was a little angry that he had suffered a small loss without being prepared. He punched out with a bang, sending out thick martial Dao waves. An authentic star-shaking fist went up against the mechanical army. The mechanical soldiers in charge of defense moved from the back to the front, and they released psionic energy, forming a huge psionic shield in front of the army. The star-shaking punch hit the psionic shield, and a dazzling reddish-gold light expanded rapidly like a supernova explosion. Everyone was blinded by the light, and their vision was completely white. The Mech Legion was stopped by the star-shaking punch, and Heber took the opportunity to rush out. He circled around and moved the battlefield back to the Bloodshed Lands formation. Han Xiao followed closely behind, controlling the Mech Legion to entangle with him once again. The Mech Legion, which was enhanced by perfect mechanical sense, had a huge increase in both offense and defense, and they were locked in battle with Heber. Millions of mechanical soldiers surrounded one person, and the light of psionic energy flashed again and again on the battlefield. Heber suddenly slowed down, enduring the bombardment, and once again used energy lock on Han Xiao. However, this time, Han Xiao had experience and escaped the control of the void jump punch with his chaos body, which surprised Heber. He thought that Han Xiao's void jump was still on cooldown. The same trick is useless against me. Han Xiao secretly smiled. Heber frowned, knowing that he had made a mistake. His control skill was broken, and he could only patiently deal with the Mech Legion while thinking of other ways. Punches, kicks, and shockwaves shot out in all directions. The mechanical soldiers were severely damaged, and some were even killed instantly. Heber was not completely unscathed either. Wounds gradually appeared on his mountain-like body. There were cuts made by the sharp blades and burn marks from the particle cannons. He used his energy to increase the activity of his cells, and the old wounds healed continuously, but new wounds also appeared continuously. The mechanical soldiers that were destroyed by him were repaired by Han Xiao time and time again with waste modification and advanced machinery construction. Perfect mechanical sense is truly a godly ability. Feeling the mechanical force flowing in his body, Han Xiaoxin was excited. The 1/4 times machinery affinity bonus was an overpowered molding grade ability, and the damage that the Mech Legion dealt to Heber was obviously on another level. The difference in strength between him and the Tyrant was more than made up for by perfect mechanical sense. Unfortunately, this molding ability came from Reynolds' character summon card and was not his own ability. He had a total of 3 chances to use it, and this was the second time. After fighting for a while, Heber's expression became more and more solemn. He originally thought that no matter how talented a new Beyond Grade A was, the upper limit of their combat strength would not be too ridiculous. However, Han Xiao's current combat strength had broken this logic. His strength had suddenly skyrocketed, and the pressure that the mechanical army brought to him had also increased. The situation suddenly became evenly matched. Heber's intention to end the battle quickly was crushed, and he was forced to fight a protracted battle where he had to dismantle machines with his bare hands. It was a battle of attrition. Attrition battles were the strength of the army-style mechanic, and Heber knew that the battle was dragged into Black Star's rhythm. If this continued, the situation would not be good for him. He wanted to establish his dominance, but if he was evenly matched with Black Star, the situation would be reversed. At that time, not only would he not be able to achieve his goal of establishing dominance, he would also lose his reputation and be used as a stepping stone. This would instead make Black Star famous. Black Star was a new Beyond Grade A super and lacked a strong foundation, so it was definitely a positive thing for him to fight to a draw with a famous veteran like him. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Furthermore, he was the one who initiated the battle. If he could not do anything to Black Star and had to leave with his tail between his legs, it would definitely be extremely embarrassing. Close combat was the trump card of a pugilist. Although Heber also had long-range attacks like the Star-Shaking Fist, a Beyond Grade A mechanic had too many ways to block long-range attacks. If he wanted to heavily injure Black Star, the only way was to give Black Star a series of explosive attacks in close combat. Heber's close combat damage was extremely terrifying. Looking at all the Beyond Grade as in the entire galaxy, not a single one of them could remain unscathed after being hit by a Beyond Grade A pugilist. Even Heber did not dare take a series of attacks from a pugilist of the same level. He did have a move that could allow him to instantly close in, but this move could only be used once after a long interval. Black Star had so many evasion and control skills, so he could easily increase the distance between them again, which made him feel quite troubled. Slippery fellow. Heber frowned. The opportunity to close in was fleeting, so he had to wait for the next opportunity. Heber and the Mech Legion fought fiercely. Explosions lit up the vision of the spectators time and time again, and almost all the spectators' spaceship radars kept repeating the warning. High energy reaction detected. Please leave immediately. Detected. This meant that Han Xiao and Heber were fighting in space. If the battlefield was a planet, the two of them would have destroyed it long ago. A portion of the particle cannons missed and shot in all directions. The spectators in the front row hurriedly retreated to avoid the aftershocks, leaving more space for the two of them to fight. The situation seems to have been evened out. Black Star is actually evenly matched with the Tyrant. I thought he would be at a disadvantage. Now, the Tyrant seems to be in a passive position. Countless spectators were shocked, and their evaluation of Black Star was constantly refreshed. Seeing that Han Xiao had stabilized himself, the Black Star Corps players became excited. Black Star is using kiting tactics to control the situation, and the only way for the tyrant to break out of this situation is to close in. However, it seems that he is unable to cross the strategic depth of the mechanical army. In the army's battleship, Hao Tian analyzed the situation with a deep voice. As a pro player, although his level was not high, it did not hinder his PK vision. Mad Blade pondered and said, "Pugilists are good at close combat. As long as the army commander keeps using kiting tactics, he will be invincible, provided that the Mech Legion can sustain the consumption." "That's what I think." Pork Bun nodded. However, at this time, something unexpected happened in the battle. The expressions of Hao Tian, Mad Blade, and the others changed drastically. Not good. The Mech Legion focused their fire and exploded a dazzling energy cluster, affecting everyone's vision. At this time, Heba suddenly disappeared from the encirclement of the mechanical army. The next moment, he appeared behind Han Xiao and instantly closed in. He really came. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He had expected this. He knew that Heba definitely had a pugilist skill that allowed him to teleport, so he had been prepared. However, he had to admit that Heba's timing was not bad. Heba has used race talent, Giant's Gaze, on you. You have entered forced silence state. All skills are frozen. Duration, 0.3 seconds. Han Xiao's pupils constricted. He could not break the forced silence skill. Heba had waited until now to use it, and he was caught off guard. This silence interrupted his void hyperdrive and made him stay where he was. Heba has used Force Fist Molecular Shock on you. Authentication in progress. Authentication failed. Your STR is more than 1,000 points lower than the opponent. This is not good. Han Xiao thought to himself. He had been avoiding the combo attacks of the pugilist, but Heba's methods were not easy to deal with. Now, he was in a passive position. In the next moment, reddish-gold fists rained down on his body. The speed of the fists was so fast that they left behind countless afterimages. Dents were left on the surface of the mech, and the air inside the mech leaked out. Dong dong dong. His eardrums vibrated, and the dull sounds echoed in his body. Each of Heba's attacks was a different pugilist skill. Once he got close and successfully used the first control skill, he would be able to use consecutive control skills. Due to the double advantage of strength and dexterity, control skills were usually successful. The terrifying damage from the combo caused Battle Tiger's mechanical suit and health to drop rapidly. Cold murderous intent appeared in Heba's eyes. Finally, he found an opportunity. He did not hesitate to use all his strength, preparing to severely injure or even kill Han Xiao directly. The development of the battle made the expressions of countless people change drastically. Black Star is in danger. Austin mumbled. Being controlled by Heba was enough to threaten the life of a Beyond Grade A super. A Beyond Grade A pugilist had explosive power, and as long as their attributes were superior, they would be able to maintain a combo. If they could not escape from the control, they might even be killed in one combo. Ames could not help but look over. Chance. At this moment, Cisco suddenly moved. He charged into the battlefield at high speed and headed straight for Han Xiao. Ames's attention was distracted, and she was slower by a beat. Seeing this, anger appeared in her eyes. She was about to raise her hand and release a force field to drag Cisco back when suddenly, the Arcane Church fleet opened fire. Highly concentrated annihilation rays shot toward Ames. Ames did not expect the fleet to suddenly attack. She hurriedly turned around and set up a force field defense in front of her, blocking the fleet's attacks. With this distraction, Cisco took the opportunity to close in on Han Xiao and Heba. Black Star is being controlled by the tyrant. This is the best time to snatch the evolution cube. The sudden change in the situation shocked everyone. In everyone's eyes, the Arcane Church had broken the rules and used their fleet to restrain Ames while Cisco attacked together with Heba. The two Beyond Grade as surrounded Black Star. It was as if Black Star was in a desperate situation. Teacher. Black Star. Army Commander. Chapter 770. Another punch landed on Han Xiao's chest. Heber felt that something was wrong, so he turned around and stared coldly at the rapidly approaching Cisco. You want to snatch the evolution cube? Heber's eyes were unfriendly. Cisco had made his goal clear by publicizing the information about the evolution cube. Although Heber was also interested, he did not have the means to locate the evolution cube. He had refused to work together because he did not want others to interrupt his one-on-one battle with Black Star and ruin his plan to establish his dominance. Seeing that the Arcane Church had suddenly taken action to restrain Ames, Cisco wanted to take advantage of the situation and blatantly make use of him, which angered Heber. His cold eyes met Cisco's, full of warning. Cisco was expressionless as he charged forward. He did not hesitate to take the risk of offending the tyrant and was determined to obtain the evolution cube. In his senses, the evolution cube was currently on Han Xiao, and his psychic power had already attacked Han Xiao. As long as he got the evolution cube back, he would immediately retreat and not waste his energy on attacking Han Xiao. Seeing that the other party had ignored his warning, the hostility in Heber's eyes intensified. However, he could not abandon Black Star and turn around to attack Cisco. Cisco had imitated his challenge and openly stood on the opposite side of Black Star, indirectly standing on the same side as him. If he gave up a good opportunity to severely injure Black Star and went to stop his nominal ally, then the situation would be out of control. It could be said that Cisco had already tied him up with his position. Under the constraints of many factors, Heber could only watch as Cisco got closer and closer, unable to stop him. Wait until I'm done with Black Star. I'll settle this later. Heber's expression was gloomy as he secretly made up his mind. At this critical moment, he suddenly froze. His storm-like fists were suddenly blocked. Hurriedly retracting his gaze from Cisco, Heber was shocked to find that Han Xiao, who should have been unable to move after being hit by his control skill, suddenly regained his mobility. His hands formed into claws and blocked each of his fists. Heber's expression changed, and he immediately reacted. His muscles bulged, and a huge amount of power surged into his arms. Just as he was about to forcibly break Han Xiao's block and use a new control skill on Han Xiao, he suddenly froze. From Han Xiao's arm, there was actually a terrifying strength that was no less than his own. What was going on? Heber looked at Han Xiao's face in shock. He saw that a small portion of Han Xiao's mecha helmet had shattered, revealing half of Han Xiao's face. His eyes were calm. The damage output is really scary. It almost took half of my HP. Han Xiao licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and grinned. What a pity. Our battle had already lasted more than 20 minutes. The Mech Legion had stalled the tyrant for long enough, and the mission reward, the Tyrant Character Summon card, was already in his hand. Character Summon card, Tyrant Heber, usage, 1/3. Effect, temporarily increase strength by 4,000 points. Duration, 40 minutes. He had relied on his increased strength attribute to avoid the control skill that Heber was so determined to use. The next moment, Han Xiao suddenly tightened his fists and grabbed Heber's fists. A terrifying amount of power filled his body. With a twist of his waist, he swung Heber up and threw him toward Cisco, who was not far away. What? In his vision, Han Xiao's figure was rapidly moving away. Heber's eyes flashed with disbelief. In a competition of strength, he actually lost to a mechanic. What a joke. This scene made Cisco's expression change. Black Star had clearly fallen into Heber's control. He did not expect him to be able to break free so quickly, and in close combat at that. This should be the strength of a beyond grade A pugilist. Not far away, the Mech Legion recovered their mechanical force bonuses and fired at Heber and Cisco. Cisco could only stop far away and release a psychic shield to block the bombardment. At the same time, he used his psychic power to grab Heber, who was flying backward, to help him stabilize his body. The fierce bombardment exploded on the psychic shield, and the expanding light blocked their vision. Before the two of them could make their next move, A sense of pressure suddenly appeared in their hearts. Turning around, they saw a huge black armed satellite passing through the bombardment outside the psychic shield and smashing toward them. Heber did not have time to think about anything else. He crazily absorbed the dark energy, and his body expanded to the size of a giant. His fists met the armed satellite head-on, and flames shot out from behind him, wanting to block the satellite's impact. However, the difference in size was too big. Together with Heber and Cisco, who was behind him, they were all slammed into the surface of the satellite. Ames's eyes glowed with a dark green light. Her force field pushed the armed satellite forward like a marble, drawing an arc in the air and smashing toward the Arcane Church's fleet. Because of the Arcane Church's fleet, she was unable to stop Cisco immediately. Ames was quite annoyed. Luckily, Black Star had resolved the danger with his own strength. She did not hesitate and immediately supported him, treating the Arcane Church's fleet as a target of attack. Facing the huge armed satellite, the Arcane Church's fleet decisively opened fire. Dark energy annihilation cannons rained down on the armed satellite like a storm, blowing it up. This was the largest explosion since the start of the battle. The expanding light stung the eyes of countless spectators, and they could not help but close their eyes. Only the intermediate and high-grade supers could barely open their eyes. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated, and everyone finally saw the current situation clearly. Han Xiao and Ames were in the center of the battlefield, standing together. Heber and Cisco took on the explosion and hovered in front of the Arcane Church's fleet. The four beyond grade as from both sides faced each other. The situation changed too quickly, and no one could react in time. Now that they regained their senses, their eyes all focused on Han Xiao. Their eyes were filled with shock. The situation just now was so dangerous that they could not help but worry for Han Xiao. They could still clearly remember that Han Xiao had used his strength to counter Heber. He had used the most direct and forceful method to break the pincer attack of Heber and Cisco. Who? Sylvia took a deep breath. She was really shocked just now. Hela loosened her fists, and her tense body relaxed. The spectators calmed down and were attracted by the situation in front of them. Cisco and Ames have both made their moves. I'm afraid it won't be a one-on-one battle but a chaotic one. The Arcane Church has also intervened. Not only the Beyond Grade as, the fleets of both sides will probably start fighting. The Red Empire will definitely react. There might even be a war. I think we should retreat a little more. Countless people were nervous. It was originally a battle between Beyond Grade as, but the intervention of the Arcane Church had changed the situation. In terms of strength, Heber's side, which had the Red Empire and the Arcane Church's support, completely crushed Black Star's side. If the fleets also started a chaotic battle, Black Star's side would definitely be at an absolute disadvantage. Cisco's expression was not good, and he was unwilling. His sneak attack had failed, and his plan to take advantage of the situation had failed. He had also made his move, and he could no longer watch from the side. Now, he could only snatch the evolution cube head-on, which would be much more difficult. He turned to look at Heber, only to see that Heber was also looking at him with a sharp gaze. Cisco knew that his previous actions had offended the tyrant, and the two of them were now at odds. He sighed inwardly and sent a message to Heber via telepathy. Ames has already intervened. You can't continue fighting Black Star alone. They'll fight you two against one, and you need help. We'll talk about what happened just now later. Let's work together first. I have the Arcane Church, and you have the Red Empire. We'll send out our fleets to start a war. If you help me get the evolution cube back, the Arcane Church and I can give you enough benefits. Heber frowned. His plan had been disrupted, and he really wanted to strangle Cisco. When Cisco had requested to work together, he had made a similar suggestion. Heber had rejected it then, and he did not want to agree to it now either. The Red Empire was not invited by him. They had made some kind of deal with Klent. Heber was not very clear about the details. However, since the Red Empire had come, their attitude was to support him. He did not want this arranged battle to turn into a full-scale war. This was far from his original intention. However, At this time, the Red Empire's fleet suddenly moved, attracting everyone's attention. The Red Empire's fleet turned around, and countless cannons were aimed at the Arcane Church's fleet. Before anyone could react, the Red Empire's fleet suddenly opened fire. Countless particle cannons bombarded the Arcane Church's fleet. The Arcane Church's fleet was caught off guard by the sudden attack from the side. At this moment, no matter which side they belonged to, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Upon seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Zoal has made his move. I've not been in a good state recently. I feel like I'm suffering from orgasm impotence. Chapter 771. What is the Red Empire doing? Jode was dumbfounded. He did not understand why the Red Empire would suddenly attack the Arcane Church. Weren't we on the same side today? Ralph was also shocked by the sudden situation. The Red Empire and the Arcane Church were both enemies, so why did they suddenly turn against each other? The Arcane Church hurriedly adjusted their formation and faced the Red Empire from the side. They blocked the bombardment while trying to counterattack. The Red Empire was behind the Bloodshed Lands formation, so the Bloodshed Land fleet and Klent fleet were caught in the crossfire. Sisko's expression changed, and he quickly moved away from Heba. Is this your idea? All kinds of guesses appeared in his mind. Was Heba's betrayal taking revenge on him for interfering, or had it been planned all along? Could it be that Heba was so crazy that not only did he want to use Blackstar to establish his dominance, but he also wanted to put him on the list? Or was it that the Red Empire wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of him, an ally of the Arcane Church in the Shattered Star Ring? Sisko could not help but let his imagination run wild. However, he realized that Heba had a confused look on his face, as if he did not know why his backer had suddenly attacked. Heba did not have the time to care about Sisko's thoughts. He turned into a meteor and flew back to the Bloodshed Lands formation, entered the nearest spaceship, and borrowed the communicator. Jode. Contact the Red Empire and ask them what they are doing. Your Excellency Tyrant, their commander asked us to cooperate with them to attack the Arcane Church, but he did not say why. Jode quickly replied in the communication channel. Heba's eyes were solemn. Contact the Klent people and ask them to ask the Empire's envoy, Zoal, and find out the reason. Oh, okay. Klent has responded. The officials on their mother planet are trying to contact Zoal. Zoal had been staying in the Red Empire's diplomatic embassy on the Klent mother planet. He had only dispatched the Red Empire's troops and had not personally come to the scene. The two garrisoned fleets of the two universal civilizations fired at each other. Many spectators nearby were caught in the crossfire and were blasted into pieces, turning into fireworks. The other spectators retreated in panic. Countless spaceships turned around, activated their thrusters, and left the edge of the battlefield. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Everyone was busy dodging the stray bullets, and no one paid attention to the people involved. On the other side, the Black Star Corps and the Purple Crystal Fleet were not affected. They watched as the opposite side turned into a mess. Han Xiao did not announce the news of him allying with the Red Empire. Currently, only Han Xiao and the Red Empire knew about it. Due to the sudden change, Heba and Sisko's attention was diverted, and they did not have time to care about Han Xiao. Han Xiao and Ames, who were in the middle of the battlefield, did not chase after him either. They looked at the chaotic battle between the Red Empire and the Arcane Church from afar. Han Xiao suddenly smiled. The Red Empire has made their move. This storm is about to end. So, this was done by you? Ames turned to look at Han Xiao and said, You joined the Crimson Dynasty. She was also kept in the dark. Before this, she had thought that she was Han Xiao's biggest ally today. Han Xiao slowly said, The tyrant wants to step on me to establish his authority, and Sisko wants to take back the evolution cube. I also want to use today's opportunity to expand my influence. I'm a new beyond grade A, and I need to accumulate a lot of achievements before I can have a reputation like the tyrant's. It will take too long. The tyrant's opportunity is also my opportunity. I can use this battle to gain a lot of prestige and fame. Ames raised her brows and said, "It sounds like you don't need my help to deal with the danger today. Or do you think I'm not important enough? Don't misunderstand. I'm just used to being prepared." Han Xiao smiled helplessly. He did not like to put all his eggs in one basket. The Red Empire and the Arcane Church fleet did not engage in an all-out battle. They soon stopped fighting and faced each other. The atmosphere was tense. Many of the spectators stood far away, still in shock. Their gazes were all focused on the Crimson Dynasty's fleet. Everyone was filled with questions, wanting to know the reason behind the Crimson Dynasty's actions. At this time, the hundreds of billions of spaceships present received a message from the Red Empire. This was a notice posted on the civilization's exclusive public communication channel, marked with the official authority of the Red Empire. The civilization's exclusive public communication channel was a public channel used by civilizations above the star system level. It represented an official letter. When a message was sent out, all quantum network terminals in a certain area would receive it. Simply put, this was equivalent to a loudspeaker for the entire server. This is the Red Empire's Shattered Star Ring Garrison K-004 Fleet Commander Tashulio. We hereby issue a warning to the Arcane Church. Firstly, this battle is under the supervision of the Red Empire. Any organization that breaks the rules and interferes will be stopped by us. Your interference has already violated the rules. Secondly, the Black Star Core is an ally of the Red Empire. The Evolution Cube currently belongs to the Red Empire. Any organization that wants to fight for it will be viewed as an enemy by the Red Empire. Hearing this announcement, be it Klent, Bloodshed Land, Amethyst Civilization, Black Star Core, or the other spectators, all of them widened their eyes in shock. Since when did Black Star become an ally of the Red Empire? After all this time, the Red Empire was not here to help the tyrant but to help Black Star. Everyone was in an uproar. Heber's expression changed drastically. Why didn't I know about this? Jord was dumbfounded. His mind was blank. The Bloodshed Land was an ally of the Red Empire, and the Black Star Core had become an ally of the Red Empire. Did that not mean that they were on the same side? The two sides had been fighting for 10 years, and in the end, they were on the same side. What the F***ck? Summer Night Flower's expression froze, and his face turned pale. He had originally thought that the biggest advantage of the Bloodshed Land was that they had the Red Empire as their backer and had a bright future. However, now, the Black Star Core had the exact same promotion channel. His last hope was shattered, and Summer Night Flower felt as uncomfortable as if he was constipated. His expression was ugly, and he regretted it. Suddenly, a shadow blocked his line of sight. He turned around and saw that the players around him had unfriendly expressions on their faces. They had surrounded him in layers and layers. The Black Star Core actually joined the Red Empire. When did this happen? Ralph was visibly moved. Black Star. Didn't we agree to be each other's angels? Why did you jump into someone else's arms? I was the one who came first. In comparison, the Black Star Core players were all excited by this news. Becoming enemies with the Red Empire was not a good sign. They had originally been worried about the future of the Black Star Core, but they did not expect that the two sides had put on a show. The truth was that the army had joined the Red Empire. The millions of army players were instantly relieved. Becoming an ally of a universal civilization meant that the Black Star Core had a channel to grow and would have more room for development in the future. All of a sudden, the wavering faith of many players became firm again, and their confidence in the army increase. What the F***ck? I thought we were done for. The army commander actually joined forces with the Red Empire. The Black Star Network Group is not called for nothing. From the looks of it, our army will probably be able to last for a few more versions. As expected of a growth-type faction. How terrifying. Steady, steady. I'm going to be famous again. Pork Bun smiled like a blooming daisy as he recorded the material. In the Black Star Core flagship, the Calamity-grade officers heaved a sigh of relief, followed by ecstasy. The army commander already had a backup plan. With the Red Empire as their backer, the Black Star Core was no longer an ordinary beyond grade A organization. Their future would be extremely bright. The officers were filled with excitement. They were glad that they had made the bet a few years ago and became the core members of the army. They had not misjudged Black Star. In the Palace of Hidden Spells, Austen's eyes flashed. So that's the case. You really know how to grasp the opportunity well. Not only did you fight with the tyrant and display your strength in front of the Starfield, but you also used the Crimson Dynasty's announcement to announce your background, expanding your reputation and indirectly resolving the battle with the tyrant. You single-handedly turned today's event into an event to strengthen your reputation. Heber and Psyche were both tricked by you. You're the one who benefited the most this time. An inexplicable smile appeared on Austen's face. Very good, you're an ambitious guy. The shattered star ring is finally going to be lively. No wonder you're so fearless. Turns out you used the evolution cube to join the Red Empire. Sisko had mixed feelings. The Red Empire wanted the evolution cube, so the difficulty of snatching it back was beyond his ability. Looking at the situation, Sisko sighed in his heart. He then sent a message to the Arcane Church Fleet Commander. Let's retreat. With the Red Empire's declaration, no matter what Bloodshed Land and Clent thought, they would not stay out of this. Now, it was Black Star and the tyrant's turn to be on the same side. He was the enemy, and the Arcane Church Fleet was alone. They would not be able to do anything if they stayed here and would even be surrounded. Sisko weighed the pros and cons, and retreating was the best choice. Thus, even if he was unwilling, he still made the decision decisively. Under everyone's gazes, the Arcane Church fleet slowly retreated and left the battlefield, turning into streams of hyperdrive and disappearing from everyone's sight. The Crimson Dynasty fleet did not stop them. Their goal today was to make the Arcane Church know how to retreat. The Arcane Church has retreated. Sisko has also left. Countless people turned to look at Heber. One of the initiators of the battle had run away, and only the tyrant was left. The situation was in the hands of the tyrant. Originally, everyone thought that the tyrant and Black Star were enemies, but now, they realized that the two of them were actually on the same side. This battle had become an internal conflict between the allies of the Red Empire. Thus, the tyrant's situation became awkward. The tyrant's confusion earlier did not seem to be fake. Most people were more inclined to believe that Heber was not aware of this situation before. Then, was he still going to fight Black Star? The situation today was full of twists and turns. No one knew what would happen next. Bloodshed Land waited for orders. Heber did not immediately return to the battlefield to continue fighting Han Xiao. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Xiao from afar. Han Xiao also stared at him without blinking. Sparks flew between their gazes. Heber did not move, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. In the spaceship, Heber asked Jode, "Is there a response from Clent?" "They are still negotiating with the Red Empire." Jode could tell that Heber's tone was not friendly, so he replied weakly. At the same time, on the mother planet of Clent, the Red Empire's embassy in Clent, Envoy Zoel, "What do you mean by this? Didn't the Red Empire agree to deal with Black Star together with us? Why did you accept Black Star's alliance?" The Clent official's protest came from the communicator. Zoel looked up and slowly said, "I don't think I ever agreed to this request. I only sent the garrison troops to the scene to help our allies. Clent is our ally, and so is Black Star. We're only targeting Sisko and the Arcane Church behind him. You misunderstood me. But you didn't inform us that Black Star is joining us." "Oh." Zoel raised his brows and said, "Do we have to inform you immediately when we form an alliance with any organization? Then, do you want the dynasty to open up all military secrets to you?" Chapter 772. I didn't say that, but you knew that Black Star was our enemy, yet you didn't tell us the news. Isn't that a violation of the alliance? If we had known that Black Star was on our side, we would have definitely asked the tyrant to cancel this battle, and today's joke wouldn't have happened. You're exaggerating. Zoel was not angry and said with a smile, "Hiding the news was Black Star's request, and I personally agreed to it. I sent the garrison troops to the scene to prevent the situation from escalating. Furthermore, isn't the result today good? The entire starfield knows that you and the Black Star Corps have turned from enemies to friends, which is beneficial to both parties' influence. Overall, not only did you not lose anything, you actually gained something. After all, a grand event like today is rare. Then, it seems like we misunderstood you. The Clent official clenched his teeth and smiled. That's right. Sigh, you can't say that. I'm indeed responsible for this. How about this? I'll apologize to the dynasty's upper echelons and apply for resource compensation for you. What do you think? Zoel said with a smile. You're exaggerating. We misunderstood you first. You're not responsible. All right, but to express my apologies, please accept the resources as compensation. Okay. After hanging up, Zoel's smile disappeared, and he nodded with satisfaction. Clent was very tactful. Not bad. Not long after, the bloodshed land at the scene received a message from Clent. Jode swallowed and stammered, Your Excellency Tyrant, there's a result from Clent. Speak. They said that it was Zoel's idea to allow Blackstar to join the alliance. Clent wants us to stop the battle and immediately retreat. Clent knew that they had been tricked by the Red Empire, but what could they do? They still wanted to develop in the flickering world, so there was no way they could cancel the alliance. Thus, they could only swallow their pride. Blackstar's bargaining chip was too tempting. Clent knew that the Red Empire would not reject the evolution cube, so they could only admit that they were unlucky. Thankfully, the battle was mainly the tyrant's idea, and Clent did not lose much. Thus, they compromised very quickly. Hearing this, Heber closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes again. His cheeks were puffed up as he squeezed out a word. Retreat. As the order sounded in the Bloodshed Land's command channel, the many Bloodshed Land officers instantly became listless. Jode's face twitched. However, there was nothing he could do. The Red, Clent, and Bloodshed Land's fleet, leaving, and the Blackstar Corps fleet. The Bloodshed Lands retreated. In the countless battleships were the Blackstar Corps the atmosphere. The player's STTT when Ames saw this, her eyes curved into crescents, and she smiled. Although Han Xiao's concealment made her a little unhappy, seeing Heber suffer in the hands of her and Han Xiao made her feel a lot better. In the pugilistic world, you have no choice. Han Xiao's expression under the helmet was rather playful. Tyrant. Hee. The battle between the two of them had been interrupted for some reason, and there was no clear victor. However, in the previous battle, he had not been at a disadvantage and had fought to a draw with the tyrant. No one would think that he had joined the Red Empire because he was afraid of the tyrant. The tyrant was the one who had agreed to the battle, but in the end, he had left with his tail between his legs. This was equivalent to him becoming a stepping stone, stepping on the tyrant's name and establishing his position in the Shattered Star Ring. He would no longer be looked down upon because of the name of a new Beyond Grade A Super. At this time, a notification of legendary points appeared on his interface. You have received 3 legendary points. Starfield legendary points, Shattered Star Ring Battle of the Tyrant. Your battle with Heber the Tyrant is known to everyone in the Shattered Star Ring. This battle will become a legend in the Starfield, and your name will be passed down. Starfield legendary points, Shattered Star Ring Red Empire's ally Universal Civilizations are the largest organizations in the galaxy. You have formed an alliance with one of them, the Red Empire, and all the organizations in the Starfield will be wary of you. Starfield legendary points, Shattered Star Ring Starfield iconic figure. Your name will be known throughout the entire Starfield. Your name will be one of the symbols of this Starfield. From today onward, when the Shattered Star Ring is mentioned, your name will be the first to be remembered. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Starfield legendary points gave far more EXP than Star Cluster legendary points and were extremely difficult to obtain. Now that he had received 3 points, it meant that he had been very successful in establishing his dominance. When this news spread throughout the Shattered Star Ring, his reputation in the Shattered Star Ring would definitely soar. At this time, Ralph requested for communication. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. He knew Purple Crystal's reaction to this and had already thought of what to say. Black Star, the communication was connected, and Ralph's face appeared on the tactical screen of the mechanical suit's helmet. I know what you mean. Han Xiao interrupted him and said, joining the Red Empire was my idea. You all know that the secret war is disadvantageous to us. If we want to destroy Klent's plan, we can only start from the top. I used joining the Red Empire as a bargaining chip in exchange for their stance on the secret war. This is the way to win the secret war that I told you before. Hearing this, Ralph opened his mouth with a complicated expression. He originally thought that Black Star would abandon Purple Crystal and join the Red Empire. Now that he heard Han Xiao say this, he felt much better. Luckily, Black Star still remembered Purple Crystal's support and made a request to the dynasty to repay Purple Crystal. At the very least, he did not abandon them after receiving their support for so long. The Red Empire and you, Sai, I know that you all wish to maintain the independence of your civilization, but I'm different. I'm also an ally of Purple Crystal, which is equivalent to building a bridge between you and the Red Empire. Becoming the middleman between you all is beneficial to all three of us. Ralph could not help but nod. That was indeed the case. He understood what Han Xiao meant. Joining the Red Empire while maintaining the alliance with Purple Crystal was a choice that only children would make. Adults wanted both. Of course, Purple Crystal was unwilling. They had supported the Black Star Corps for almost 10 years because they wanted to be the biggest partner behind a Beyond Grade A, but they were being taken advantage of by a universal civilization that they could not afford to offend. However, thinking about it carefully, he felt helpless. After today's battle, the Black Star Corps would be fully fledged. If Purple Crystal terminated the alliance, the Black Star Corps would not be afraid because they had better options. In the end, Purple Crystal would be the one to suffer. The best choice now was to maintain the relationship and become an ally second only to the Red Empire, sharing the benefits brought by the Black Star Corps. After investing so many resources, Purple Crystal was not willing to return empty-handed. I understand. I'll report this to the upper echelons. Ralph adjusted his emotions and secretly admired Black Star's ability. Wait for my good news. Han Xiao smiled and said politely. If he was just an ordinary Beyond Grade A, he might not have had the face to make the Red Empire change their stance regarding the secret war. However, with the weight of the evolution cube, it was different. After reaching a consensus with Ralph, Han Xiao hung up the communication and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The situation was great, and Han Xiaoshan was relaxed. After entering the Beyond Grade A realm, he had truly reached the peak of galaxy. Most of the restrictions that Calamity grades faced had disappeared, and his face fruit ability had skyrocketed. This time, a teleportation door opened beside Han Xiao, and Austin, who had been secretly observing, walked out. Hee, congratulations, Black Star, Austin greeted with a smile. Han Xiao replied with a laugh. Seeing this, Austin did not say much and smiled. This is not a good place to talk. Let's talk again at the next Tyrant party. Then, he teleported back to the Palace of Hidden Spells and activated the magic formation. The palace flew into the teleportation door and disappeared. Tyrant party, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. When the tyrant held the next party, he did not know if they would take the initiative to invite him. Since the matter is settled, I'll take my leave first. Ames waved her hands and flew back to Floating Dragon. Floating Dragon slowly left. Han Xiao watched as Ames left. This time, he returned to the flagship of the Black Star Corps. He walked into the command room and saw that the officers of the army were all gathered there. The moment he walked in, everyone's eyes turned toward him with respect. Sylvia, Hurlus, informed the fleet to return. Han Xiao nodded. Understood. Sylvia's face was filled with excitement. Also, in the name of the Black Star Corps, issue a recruitment order to the entire starfield. It's time for those who are watching to make a choice. Han Xiao smiled. Because of the battle with the tyrant, the Black Star Corps had been keeping a low profile during this period. Now that everything was settled, it was time for the Black Star Corps to expand and officially become a Beyond Grade A organization. Many officers were excited. Wasn't this the day they had been waiting for? Han Xiao turned to look at Fu Ding. He had not collected the mission reward and had drawn the tyrant's ability just to get some luck. Patting Fu Ding's shoulder, Han Xiao gave a few words of encouragement and sent all the officers away with the excuse of resting. Han Xiao returned to his room alone and opened the interface to collect the reward. You have received a reward. Draw one of Heba's abilities, ability talent. Tip: Heba is a pugilist. Some of the abilities have been adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please select one from the following 5 options as the reward. 1. Phantom Combo, ability, plus 75% melee attack speed. Duration, 7s. Cost, 80 energy. Cooldown, 18s. 2. Star Tossing Power, ability, using energy secret technique to strengthen cells. Plus 600 SDR duration, 20s. Cooldown, 120s. 3. Weakness Insight, ability, plus 30% melee critical chance. Duration, 15s. Cooldown, 180s. 4. Melee Killer, talent, plus 40% melee attack and attack speed. Plus 2 all melee skill levels. 5. Heba Stellar Furnace Training Technique, ability, the Tyrant's Special Energy Training Technique. Current effect, plus 500 energy. Number of training, 0650. Requires training on a fixed star. The effect of each training depends on the time spent on the fixed star. The maximum effect of a single training session is 25 energy. Lower limit is 0. Each training session costs 600 EXP. Glancing at the first 4 options, Han Xiao was a little disappointed. A beyond grade A pugilist had countless abilities, and the chances of drawing something good were very low. All 4 options were of limited use to him. However, the last ability made Han Xiao's expression change, and he was overjoyed. This is the Tyrant's Energy Training Technique? This is good stuff. A pugilist's energy came partly from their talents and partly from their energy training techniques. When others reached beyond grade A, they would start to collect all kinds of energy training techniques if they wanted to continue becoming stronger. The longer one was a beyond grade A, the more energy they would have. Currently, he had encountered a bottleneck in the conversion of HP and MP. Apart from the 28% recovery rate, another limitation was his energy value. Compared to his 2 million HP, his energy value was only 50,000, which was too low. Instead, it became a restriction to his tankiness. Although radiation absorption could increase his energy, it required a very long time to accumulate. Even if he learned from the other beyond grade As and collected the energy training techniques of the various races, it would still be a long-term project. Heba's energy training technique was a shortcut for him to increase his strength. A high-level secret technique created by a beyond grade A had an extremely obvious effect in increasing energy. As for the huge amount of experience required for the players, Han Xiao happened to have an experience penalty of more than 10 months, so he did not need to level up. You have received Heba Stellar Furnace Training Technique. Han Xiao looked at it with satisfaction, closed the interface, and began to think. The biggest problem is solved for now. Next is the expansion of the Black Star Core. The layout of the flickering world should be put on the agenda. Oh, right, when the army stabilizes, I still have to make a trip to the Central Galaxy. At the same time, somewhere in the Central Galaxy, on the screen was a news channel broadcasting the battle in the Shattered Star Ring. The audience had already started to disperse. Beep. The image was turned off, and Escod's face was reflected on the dark screen. Help me contact Black Star. Chapter 773. The spectators could not calm down for a long time as they watched the Black Star Core leave. At this moment, the position of the Black Star Core rose to the same level as the bloodshed land in their hearts. On the way back, Han Xiao took a detour and passed by a star. In order to test the effect of the Heba Stellar Furnace training, he told the fleet to stop and flew toward the surface of the star. Without wearing a mechanical suit, The intense radiation and high temperature directly shone on his body. The closer he was, the higher the temperature. When he was close enough, the Heber stellar furnace training on the interface turned from gray to bright, indicating that it could be used. After investing millions of experience, Han Xiao began his first training session. The energy in his body boiled instantly, crazily absorbing the energy of the star's radiation. His skin instantly turned red, and the brightness continued to increase. Just nice, I can also activate the radiation absorption at the same time. This time, a solar prominence shot out from the surface of the star like a red tsunami. Han Xiao did not dodge and allowed the star's energy to drown him. A small portion of his health was lost. In the high-temperature environment, his health continued to drop, but it was quickly replenished by his health mana. The effect of the stellar furnace training was dependent on how long he stayed on the star. The reason why it was a high-grade secret technique was because supers below grade A could rarely survive on a star. With Han Technician's tankiness, he could stay on the star until the end of time. Now, it's really like taking a bath on a star. Han Xiao played with a ball of star's energy, slapping it on his chest like bubbles. He shook his head and laughed. After enduring for half an hour, the interface indicated that the training effect had reached its limit. Han Xiao then left the star, and the number of times he trained the stellar furnace training became 1, increasing his energy by 25. Every time is half an hour, and every time I gain 25 energy, I can train 650 times. After training all the times, I can gain more than 16,000 energy. In terms of recovery rate, I can recover more than 80,000 HP. Han Xiaoxin was extremely happy. After reaching beyond grade A, increasing one's strength had become more difficult than before. It was extremely rare to have such an opportunity to increase one's strength by so much. It felt like a peerless divine technique. After testing the effects of the stellar furnace, Han Xiao had the fleet depart. After dealing with the army's affairs, he would have the time to practice this energy cultivation secret technique. The Black Star Corps has allied with the Red Empire. The Red Empire has announced the ownership of the Evolution Cube and forced the Arcane Church to retreat. Black Star became famous in a single battle. The tyrant had no choice but to retreat. Several of our reporters at the scene were unfortunately killed. According to incomplete statistics, the number of spectators who were injured or killed has reached tens of millions. The dust of the battle had settled, but the impact it caused swept across the shattered star ring like a hurricane, washing the headlines of all the major news channels with blood. This event had attracted the attention of too many people. The 5 beyond grade as of the shattered star ring had gathered. Although the process was not long, the situation had changed many times. To everyone, Black Star was the biggest star of this event, and he had fought with the tyrant on equal footing. The most shocking thing was that the Red Empire had changed sides and announced that Black Star had joined them. No one had expected such a situation. Everyone knew that this meant that another beyond grade A had gained a foothold in the galaxy, and a new enormous organization was about to be born. What happened today was enough to be recorded in the history of the shattered star ring. This was a signal that would change the structure of the star field. On the second day after the battle, the Black Star Corps issued a recruitment order to the entire star field. All of a sudden, countless people who had been observing the situation were tempted. The Black Star Corps had the support of the Red Empire, so they did not have to worry about lacking resources. Furthermore, the leader of the faction, Black Star, was a beyond grade A who had proven his strength. Such a good new organization had a bright future, and there were too many benefits to joining. The recruitment order of the Black Star Corps was like a deep water bomb, causing huge waves in the shattered star ring. On the second day after the recruitment order was issued, spaceships set off from various star clusters, heading straight for the Black Star Corps headquarters in the Colton Star Cluster. This was the largest recruitment in the history of the Army, and Philip would receive tens of millions of resumes and applications every day. Many organizations in the Shattered Star Ring also extended an olive branch to the Black Star Corps. You want to merge under my name and let me be the chief director of the Mercenary League? That's not a problem, but you will continue to be in charge of the daily affairs. That's what I meant. After some time, We will jointly announce to the star field that the Mercenary League is under my name. After hanging up the communication with Goraja, Han Xiao rubbed his nose. Over the past few days, who knew how many organizations had contacted him and made all sorts of requests. Some of the organizations that wanted to borrow his name were usually organizations that he had a good relationship with. For example, Serbia the 5th of Godora had called the day before and said that he wanted to hold another political visit. He also expressed his hope that the Black Star Corps would not move their headquarters and would remain near Planet Golden Gate. Because of the existence of the Black Star Corps, Planet Golden Gate had welcomed a period of explosive development. Furthermore, it was a transportation hub, so its economy was extremely prosperous. Serbia the 5th had even planned to invite Han Xiao to become an honorary officer of Godora, but this plan was a little too grand and was rejected by Han Xiao. One golden gal badge was enough. If he were to be awarded another honor, it would mean that the Black Star Corps had expressed their stance, which would be disadvantageous to the surrounding areas. A single star system civilization was not enough to satisfy Han Xiao's appetite. With a godly tool like the evolution cube in his hands, it would not be worth it if he did not use it to unify more civilizations. Thus, it was not suitable for him to stand on Godora's side so openly. Many star system civilizations in the Colton star cluster had also contacted him. Many of them were partners who shared the mining rights of resource planets. Now that he had established his position through the battle with the tyrant, these civilizations all wanted to deepen their relationship. Other than exchanging for the position of a beyond grade A, more importantly, they all wanted to borrow the evolution cube. The terms of deepening the alliance included expanding the mining area of resource planets and establishing more divisions. In conclusion, it was basically the civilizations taking out their own share of the cake and giving it to Han Xiao, accepting the Black Star Corps as a new member of the upper echelons of the galaxy. However, regarding the agreement regarding the evolution cube, Han Xiao had been keeping the other civilizations in suspense and had yet to finalize it. With something as good as the evolution cube in his hands, he did not plan to rush to exchange it for benefits. After all, he was the seller's market, and it would be more stable to take things slowly. There was also a portion of small armed organizations that requested to be merged into the Black Star Corps. There were many organizations led by calamity grades, and even a few organizations in Section 0 wanted to become a member of the army. After all, the temptation of the Red Empire was too great. The final portion was the galactic financial groups. They were all investors, and they were eager to invest to solve the problem of the expansion of the army. Money had extraordinary power, and the scale of the expansion of the Black Star Corps depended to a certain extent on the investments of these financial groups. After resting for a few minutes, his communicator rang again. This time, it was Zoel calling. Black Star, no, I should call you Your Excellency Black Star, Zoel said with a smile. Han Xiao also joked a little before asking, Envoy, why are you looking for me today? When it came to serious matters, Zoel stopped chatting and said, now that we have announced our alliance, the subsequent cooperation will also be carried out gradually. Because of your alliance, the dynasty has decided to deal with the matters of the Shattered Star Ring first, which is the secret war you mentioned. Oh! Han Xiao raised his brows. Klent is prepared to submit a proposal to replan the Colton Star Cluster and Sol Cluster to the Galaxy Central Civilization Court, which will be mediated and decided by our three universal civilizations. The Galaxy Central Civilization Court was the most official civilization alliance led by the three universal civilizations. Basically, all the supercluster civilizations, star cluster civilizations, star system civilizations, and even some special races in the starfield had seats in it. It united most of the civilizations in the universe and was used to discuss all kinds of matters. It was very official. Klent is also your ally. What do you plan to do? Han Xiao asked. You're right. We plan to talk to Klent privately and ask them to give up the idea of submitting the proposal. Zoel nodded. Klent was their ally, so the dynasty would not go overboard. They would not sit by and watch Klent submit the proposal without any help. In fact, Klent did not want Purple Crystal's territory because of the Red Empire. They were just using the dynasty's flag to satisfy their own ambitions. This kind of thing was too common. As long as they did not cross the line, the Red Empire would turn a blind eye. Now that there was a need, they had the right to stop Clent's plan. Of course, the dynasty would compensate them and give Clent extra benefits in the territory division of the flickering world. Clent knows what's good for them. They'll agree. Furthermore, it's useless even if they don't agree. The arcane church was tricked by us. They'll definitely block Clent's proposal on this matter. If we don't say anything, the proposal won't pass. Zoel shrugged. That's true. Han Xiao nodded. He did not think that the arcane church would be willing to take this lying down. They would definitely try to get back at them in other places. The political stage was one of them. Now, your Black Star Corps and Bloodshed Land are both our allies. We'll work together to develop the flickering world in the future. After solving the problem of the secret war, you guys need to have a good talk and become friends, Zoel said. The Red Empire valued the development of the flickering world, and the two allies in the Shattered Star Ring were the pioneers of the exploration. The dynasty did not want to see the progress of the exploration of the new starfield being affected by the conflict between the two allies. Even if it was only on the surface, they had to see it. Alright, I'm fine with it. I just don't know what Tai Tai is thinking. Han Xiao shrugged. Hearing this, Zoel smiled helplessly. The tyrant was the one who had suffered the most this time. After pausing for a while, Zoel continued. There's one last thing. The dynasty will send the first batch of people to be modified by the evolution cube over. I'll inform you then. Han Xiao nodded. This was the content of the deal. He would give the Red Empire the right to use the evolution cube. He did not know who the first batch of people selected by the Red Empire would be. They would most likely be the elites of the dynasty. Han Xiao felt that there might be famous people he knew among them. After chatting for a while longer, Han Xiao ended the communication. Just as he hung up, his communicator rang again. It was an unknown number. Han Xiao paused for a while before picking up the call. Suddenly, his expression changed. On the screen was Escod's ugly face. Black Star. Escod had a strange smile on his face as he nodded. Han Xiao stared at the screen and did not say anything. He did not expect Escod to contact him. He was still quite wary of this infamous beyond grade A brutes. I have a deal to discuss with you. Speak. Escod smiled. Don't worry, I won't snatch your evolution cube. You're different from Cisco. You're not as stubborn as him. What do you want to say? The evolution cube is in your hands now, Escod said slowly. Let's make a deal. You let me use the evolution cube once, and I'll help you do something. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He definitely would not believe Escod when he said that he would not snatch the evolution cube. Making a deal with Escod was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. However, without waiting for him to reply, Escod continued. I understand. Your alliance with the Red Empire has just begun, and you still have concerns. However, for someone like you who is bound by order, you might need a lawless brutes to help you do some things. You don't have to reply to me in a hurry. Give me your answer when you've thought it through. Escod smiled and hung up. Han Xiao frowned. His finger paused on the option to delete Escod's encrypted number. He was silent for a long time. His finger slipped. Escod's number was blacklisted. It was not deleted. Spaceships landed on Blue Star one after another. The logos of various financial groups were engraved on them. These were material transport ships, carrying a huge amount of resources. Bennett led the Aquamarine Federation's diplomatic group to stand at the dock of the hangar. He looked at the mechanical workers moving the material boxes down one by one with emotion. As the hometown of a Beyond Grade A, they had received even more investments from galactic financial groups. Bennett could not help but turn around. Through the entrance of the hangar, he looked at the huge Black Star statue in the center of the city. A look of relief and gratitude flashed through his eyes. Today, I attended the annual meeting, lived with July, and met various gods. It was quite fun. I was even urged to update by Old Eagle. P.S. I recommend a book. I'm the big boss behind the scenes. The author wrote it very well. Chapter 774. The headquarters of the Black Star Corps became lively. In the half a month after the recruitment order was issued, countless spaceships visited the headquarters of the Black Star Corps every day. They were all new members selected by Philip and the Department of Affairs. They came to the headquarters to meet with Black Star and wait for the inspection of the Army commander. Before the fleet that went to the battle had even returned to the headquarters, all the new members had already formed a long line outside the satellite base, waiting for the return of Black Star. Looking up from the surface of planet Golden Gate, the headquarters of the Black Star Corps that covered the sky seemed to have an additional ring formed by spaceships. The light was like a fog, like a ribbon. Another large batch of new members has arrived. In a metal base on the surface of the headquarters, the instructor Brock, who was supervising the training of the reserve members, looked out of the porthole and could not help but sigh. It had been more than 10 years since Brock joined the Black Star Corps. He had personally witnessed the history of the Black Star Corps, how it had grown from an ordinary mercenary group to a behemoth that had allied with a universal civilization. Dark Star had long been destroyed, and the discrimination problem of Godora had basically been solved. Now, the Godora hybrids who were wandering around gradually returned to the embrace of the Godora civilization. Without a goal to strive for, Brock buried his past and decided to hide his past as a Darkstar spy forever. He put away all his thoughts and completely submitted to the Black Star Corps. However, what Brock did not know was that Han Xiao had always known about his identity. It was just that Darkstar had already been destroyed, and Han Xiao was not prepared to deal with this obedient spy, keeping him to work. Although the work in the army was tough, after giving up his identity as a Darkstar, Brock's mentality became very relaxed. He gradually fell in love with the process of nurturing batch after batch of army warriors. Under Han Xiao's care, he had been an instructor for 10 years. He was used to this responsibility and was getting more and more used to it. Now, he was a veteran in the army, and he was also the #1 figure in the Godora faction. Due to the reputation of the Black Star Corps in Godora, many Godora people worked in the army and formed the Godora faction. This was one of the many factions in the army, and with the current scale of the Black Star Corps, there were naturally many factions within the army. When he looked up to observe the spaceships in the sky, among the large group of spaceships in orbit around the satellite, there were 3 passengers on one of the spaceships staring at the Black Star Corps headquarters. It was a small, standard spaceship of the most common model in space, which was rather inconspicuous. Can we really sneak in? The Black Star Corps won't be careless, right? A man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said hesitantly. He was a certain humanoid species with smooth, shiny silver skin that had a metallic texture. He wore a dark black cloak, and the exposed skin was covered with complicated and exquisite magic patterns. There's no other way. If we want to see that person, we can only sneak into the Black Star Corps headquarters, another person said. Another person spoke. This was a mixed-blood human with bright red dragon scales on both sides of his cheeks. He was tall and sturdy, about 4 meters tall. He wore a simple metal vest, revealing his muscular arms. He looked extraordinarily valiant. Don't worry. Even if we're discovered, we can pretend to be people who want to try our luck to join the Black Star Corps. They'll at most chase us away in public. There won't be any danger. The last person leaned against the wall and spoke lazily. He wore a tight, custom-made combat suit, and 2 pairs of arms extended from his shoulders. One of his arms was resting behind his head, appearing very relaxed. The other hand was playing with a silver mechanical alloy dagger, and the other 2 arms were resting on his waist. He gave off a frivolous aura. These 3 people were not new members of the Black Star Corps like the others. They had other motives, and the silver-skinned man seemed to be the leader of the 3. Right at this moment, on the other side of the starry sky outside the porthole, streams of hyperdrive light suddenly shot over and stopped above planet Golden Gate. The Black Star Corps fleet had finally returned to the headquarters. Whoa, so many new members want to join. Han Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the spaceships in the headquarters. This is only the first batch of new members. They're all waiting for you, Master. Hum. In Han Xiao's field of vision connected to the quantum network, Philip suddenly appeared, and his tiny body appeared in front of Han Xiao's eyes. Humph, I suggest that we send out the Mech Legion to test the actual combat strength of these new members. Those who don't meet the requirements don't have the right to join Master. On the other side, the usually silent combat artificial intelligence Spada also revealed its virtual body. Its appearance was that of a figure wrapped in heavy mechanical armor, and its face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen, and its voice was deep and powerful. Han Xiao's virtual technology had long been perfected. He had studied Rizda's data structure and imitated it. He had also given his auxiliary artificial intelligence the ability to think and a unique personality to increase its computing ability. His brain was connected to the quantum network, so he could monitor the movements of the auxiliary artificial intelligence at any time. He did not have to worry about any accidents happening, and it was just like raising a pet. Furthermore, not only did it not need anyone to clean up its mess, it would not throw a tantrum, and it could even help him with his chores. How could there be a more perfect pet in the world? In the quantum network, Han Xiao's thoughts turned into a torrent of data tentacles, bringing Philip in front of him. You can open the spaceport of the headquarters now. After my fleet lands, let these new members come and see me. Understood. Hum. The spaceport of the headquarters opened, and the Black Star fleet slowly landed. The many new members who had been waiting for many days finally received the notification that they were allowed to land in the headquarters. In an instant, the spaceship ring of the headquarters split into more than 10 streams that flowed into the various spaceports. The countless mechanical assistants of the headquarters had already been activated to receive all the new members. Most of the new members were led to the spacious hall of the headquarters. When everyone was present, they would meet Han Xiao together. The new members who had reached the calamity grade had special treatment. They would pass through the internal passageway and head to the conference room to meet Han Xiao and the army officers in advance. Han Xiao brought a group of officers to the conference room. There were more than 10 people in the room, and they all turned to look at Han Xiao. All of them stood up. Your Excellency Black Star, Army Commander. They were the first batch of calamity grade supers recruited this time, and they came from different star systems. Now that they saw the new Beyond Grade A in person, they were secretly excited. In the eyes of ordinary people, calamity grade supers were already unreachable figures. However, when facing a Beyond Grade A, most calamity grade supers felt similar to how ordinary people looked at them. Furthermore, there was an additional layer of yearning and desire. Hello. Han Xiao smiled. After becoming a Beyond Grade A, not only had his strength increased, but his horizons had also been raised. If it was in the past, he would definitely have laughed on the spot if more than 20 calamity grade supers joined the army together. However, he was much calmer now. He could wait until there was no one around. Although the name of a Beyond Grade A had a lot of appeal, calamity grade supers were still high-end combatants. Many Grade A supers were not willing to join other organizations. Even after becoming a Beyond Grade A, Han Technician did not look down on calamity grade supers. To be able to recruit more than 10 high-end combatants at once was the highest record in the history of the Black Star Corps. Han Xiao chatted with the calamity grade supers one by one and encouraged them. These people were all high-end combatants and would definitely become officers of the army in the future. The scale of the army was too large, and Han Xiao did not have the time to check the attributes of every new member like before. Thus, he only checked the higher-level newcomers, which were these calamity grade supers. After quietly checking everyone's attributes, Han Xiao nodded to himself. Although none of them have a molding talent, the strongest one has reached Grade A+. His combat strength is not bad, and he's still a small boss. Turning around to look at Hela, Han Xiao said, "The Black Star Guards are my elite troops, and Grade A is the entry requirement. Hardaway is also a member of the Black Star Guards. This is the captain of the Black Star Guards, Hela. The Black Star Guards have only been established not long ago and are about to be expanded. She and the other Black Star Guards will test your abilities and select some of you to join the Black Star Guards. The eyes of the Calamity Grade Supers sparkled. The Black Star Guards were obviously the personal guards of Black Star. To be able to follow around a Beyond Grade A, this position was very tempting to them. Compared to the benefits of ordinary officers, they valued learning from the experience of a Beyond Grade A super more. After all, at their level, it was too easy to earn money. The attraction of material comforts was limited, and what they pursued was more of a promotion. The Black Star Guards left with the Calamity Grade Supers. Han Xiao brought the other officers and was about to meet the tens of millions of new army members in the crowded hall. At this moment, Philip suddenly appeared. Master, I discovered a spaceship that did not pass the identification test. There are 3 people on board who were not invited by us. They are not new members of the army, and there is no information about them in the database. Their identities are unknown. They are currently entering the 6th spaceport. Do you want to see their information, Oh, they might be here to fish in troubled waters and try to join the army. Just chase them away. The images of the 3 people were transmitted to his mind. Before Han Xiao could finish, he suddenly paused, and his eyes slowly widened. Seeing that Han Xiao did not respond, Philip tilted his head and called out in confusion, Master? Who? Han Xiao let out a long sigh. His eyes sparkled, and he said, Don't stop them. Let them in and pretend that you don't know who they are. Secretly activate all the surveillance cameras in the army and lock onto their movements. Okay, After leaving the quantum network, Han Xiao rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes. Who would have thought that these 3 ferocious people would appear in my territory at this time? Looks like the butterfly effect I've caused is spreading more and more. They're most likely here to find her. The spaceship entered the orbit and stopped in the warehouse. The silver-skinned man, the dragon-scaled man, and the 4-handed man stepped onto the crowded dock and looked around amidst the commotion. There was no alarm as expected, and no mechanical assistant came to confirm the identities of the 3 of them. No one came to bother them. They got in so smoothly. The security measures of the Black Star Corps are too crude. It's as good as not having any. The 4-handed man curled his lips. Even my mother planet, which is about to be destroyed by those mad scientists, is safer than this place. The silver-skinned man was a little nervous, and he said softly, Let's blend into the crowd first, then find an opportunity to split up. We must not be discovered. The dragon-scaled man nodded and responded in a low voice. The silver-skinned man squeezed his fingers and muttered. Hopefully, we can find the rumored Rosalind. Are Tilda living together for 2 days? July is awesome smiley face. P.S. Yesterday, during the annual meeting, Little Dragon, Squid, and I went on stage together. If nothing goes wrong, you should be able to see us on Dragon TV at 9 p.m. on January 13th. Epsilon. Chapter 775. All the new members who were not Calamity Grade Supers gathered in the hall of the headquarters. It was extremely noisy. Boom. The dome of the hall suddenly opened, and many officers descended from the sky, landing on the most conspicuous platform in the hall. They stood in a row and looked down at the millions of new members below. That's the Chief Administrative Officer of the Army, Sylvia. Beside her is the Fleet Commander, Hurlus. They're old subordinates of Black Star. The Deputy Commander of the Army, Lagi, is said to be the strongest general under Black Star. Hardaway became Black Star's Black Star Guards some time ago. He should be the strongest. But why didn't the Black Star Guards appear? After many years of fighting in the secret war, the officers of the Black Star Corps had made their own names in the galaxy. The new members in the hall all knew these officers. This time, a light flashed on the platform, and Han Xiao walked out of the void dimension. He nodded to the new members. Everyone below the platform was excited. Facing a Beyond Grade A who stood at the peak, most of them were excited and nervous. Welcome to the Black Star Corps. Han Xiao glanced at the crowded hall and opened his mouth to give a speech, but his mind was on the 3 uninvited guests. While he was giving a speech to welcome the newcomers, He was also sharing the vision of the monitor through the quantum network. He was multitasking and watching the actions of the three people. And these three uninvited guests had already found Rosalind. Rosalind was a special existence among the officers of the army. She was the cultural instructor. Due to the uniqueness of her ability, she rarely appeared in front of outsiders and usually stayed in the army training camp to teach people. After returning with the fleet, she did not follow Han Xiao to show the new members but went straight back to her room in the headquarters training camp. However, she was stopped by three people on the way. "Why are you looking for me?" Rosalind sized up the silver-skinned, dragon-scaled, and four-armed people in front of her and raised her brows. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Edmund, and these two are my friends. The burly one is Cade, and the four-armed one is Haywall," Edmund said. The dragon-scaled Cade nodded in greeting while the four-handed Hewer waved his hand in greeting. Rosalind narrowed her eyes and suddenly said, "You're not members of the army, right?" "Yes, but we mean you no harm. We just want to talk to you." Edmund lowered his voice. "I'm sure you'll be interested." After a moment of silence, Rosalind nodded slowly when Edmund was a little nervous. "Okay, come with me." As she spoke, she turned to lead the way. Edmund was delighted and followed behind with his two companions. When they reached a corner where no one was around, Rosalind stopped and turned around. "Speak, what do you want to talk to me about?" "The three of us are from the Sea of Star Spirits and are planning to establish a business. I hope to invite you to join us." Edmund did not beat around the bush to save time and went straight to the point. "Interesting. You came to the headquarters of the Black Star Corps and tried to poach a beyond Grade A officer. You sure are gutsy." Rosalind had a playful expression. "Tell me about your so-called business. You better not disappoint me." Edmund licked his lips, lowered his voice, and said, "We want to overthrow the three universal civilizations." Rosalind's smile froze on her face. "Let me confirm." Rosalind's mouth twitched. "Is your brain damaged? I know it sounds inconceivable, but this is indeed my ambition." Edmund's tone became slightly agitated. The three universal civilizations have dominated the galaxy for too long. In order to maintain their dominance, they used the name of the Keepers of Order to play with the rules they set, cutting off the future of one race after another. But it's also because the three universal civilizations established order that the universe has its current peace. If they disappear, countless civilizations will once again erupt into wars that sweep across the universe in order to compete for hegemony. Billions of lives will die in the flames of war, and in the end, a new ruler similar to the three universal civilizations will be born. Even worse, all civilizations might be destroyed. "Don't you know this?" Rosalind frowned. "I know. This is the price to pay for overthrowing the current rules, but..." Edmund took a deep breath. "This is what a revolution is. A revolution is to create a better era. The current era is orderly, and life is rich. Since you can survive, why do you want a revolution? If you really overthrow the three universal civilizations, can you guarantee that the future will be better than now? No one can guarantee what will happen in the future. I don't know if a revolution can create a better era, but I'm not willing to ignore the problems that have been exposed just because I'm greedy for the current peace and allow the wrong things to continue existing." Edmund shook his head. In the universal era, material abundance is enough to satisfy everyone's desire to eat and wait for death. Make them lose their will to fight, turn them into walking corpses, and allow everyone to live. Basic material needs are no longer the reason for our revolution. Rosalind narrowed her eyes. "Then, what are you fighting for? For the races that are being bullied, or for your own ambition?" Edmund shook his head. "Neither. I'm not an ambitious person, nor am I a great man who cares about the people. The revolution itself is my ambition." Rosalind sized Edmund up again. He did not seem to have much of an aura, but he was actually so daring. With the status of the three universal civilizations, he was basically going against the heavens. "If the revolution succeeds, what will you do? Replace the three universal civilizations?" "I don't know," Edmund answered honestly. "Why me?" To overthrow the authority of the three universal civilizations in the hearts of countless people, we need your ability. Plus, I've heard of your deeds. Edmund said softly. You used to be an ambitious reformer, didn't you? Rosalind heard this, lowered her eyes, and did not speak. After a long silence, she raised her eyes again and slowly asked, How many people do you have now? Only the three of us. You haven't even established your organization, and you want to recruit me? Rosalind's tone was incredulous. Her expression seemed to say, Who gave you the courage? Edmund bowed and said sincerely, Yes, but my sincerity is not fake at all. I hope to gather like-minded people and build a business together. Rosalind, I hope you can consider my proposal. At this moment, Rosalind seemed to see Blackstar's shadow in Edmund. They're both big liars. I'll consider it. Give me your communicator number. Rosalind hesitated and did not make a decision immediately. After exchanging communicator numbers, Edmund's face was filled with joy. This time, Cade, who had not interrupted, spoke. We're done here. Let's leave the Blackstar Corps headquarters quickly. Don't get discovered. Edmund nodded, said goodbye to Rosalind, and hurriedly left with the other two. Rosalind opened her mouth but did not tell the three of them in the end. They thought they had snuck in, but in reality, the Blackstar Corps surveillance system must have discovered them long ago. In the headquarters, nothing could escape Blackstar's notice. However, she did not know why no one came to capture the three of them. Because of this, Rosalind was curious. Did Blackstar let the three of them in on purpose? Beep. At this time, Rosalind's communicator suddenly rang, and Philip's voice came through. Master wants to see you, hum. When Edmund and the other two headed to the spaceport, the inspection in the hall had already ended. Everyone had left, and the passageways were filled with people. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. With the crowd as a disguise, they felt that the chances of being discovered were much lower. When they passed by the hall, Han Xiao was still there. The three of them quickly looked away, not daring to attract Han Xiao's attention, and left with the crowd. They arrived at the spaceport, took back the spaceship, and left the Blackstar Corps headquarters. Only then did Edmund completely relax. I keep feeling that something is wrong, Cade suddenly said with a frown. Our infiltration was way too smooth. Even Howard, who was complaining at the start, felt that the situation was strange. The Blackstar Corps headquarters can't be so defenseless. If we were assassins, we might have already killed a few officers. The three of them could not understand. They did not think that it was Han Xiao who let them in on purpose. To them, they were just nameless people. How would a Beyond Grade A know them? In order to avoid being chased, Edmund did not dare delay and quickly entered hyperdrive. The spaceship turned into a stream of light and disappeared. At the same time, in the corridor leading to the officers' meeting room, Han Xiaoshan moved, and a smile appeared on his face. In the vision of the observer's mark, Edmund's actions were clearly displayed. He purposely stayed in the hall and blocked the path of the three of them so that he could secretly throw an observer's mark at Edmund. I really didn't expect to see the leader of the Silver Revolutionary Army here, Han Xiao sighed in his heart. These three were the founders of the Silver Revolutionary Army, important figures who would lead a version in the future. These future trendsetters had not yet matured and were still at the initial stage of building a team. They had not officially formed the Silver Revolutionary Army. Edmund was a restless revolutionary, a challenger to the authority of the three universal civilizations. Perhaps he did not even know how high his revolutionary career would reach. Taking in Rosalind was just a casual move by Han Xiao. He did not expect to really bait the Silver Revolutionary Army, and a corps member at that. While surprised, Han Xiao decided to wait and see. He did not plan to kill Edmund and the other two. The Silver Revolutionary Army had no conflict of interest with him, and they might even become his chess pieces. Right now, Edmund and the other two were still very weak. Han Xiao could easily kill them, but killing the Silver Revolutionary Army storyline in advance would not benefit him at all. If he ran over to the Red Empire and told them that he had killed a group of people who would shake their rule in the future, the Red Empire's response would most likely be one word: oh. Therefore, Han Xiao did not chase Edmund and the other two away. He was prepared to form a good relationship with the future Silver Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, he had unknowingly thrown an observer's mark at Edmund. Walking into the meeting room, Rosalind was the only one inside. She sat on the chair and looked up at Han Xiao. "You were indeed the one who let those three in." Rosalind shook her head. Han Xiao sat down, tapped his fingers on the table, and asked, "What do you think of them?" "What do you mean? What do you think of their proposal?" Rosalind smiled and said, "Are you interrogating me to see if I will betray the army?" Han Xiao shook his head. "It's not really a betrayal. You're Reynolds' sister. You're just staying in the army to help. I didn't say that I would tie you to me for the rest of your life. You're a restless person. I knew that long ago." Hearing that, Rosalind said honestly, "I'm staying in the army for two reasons. First, it's for the generous salary. No matter what I want to do, I have to accumulate some initial capital. Second, it's because of my criminal record. You said that as long as I help you, you will remove my criminal record. Third, maybe it's to repay you for saving me. Ahem, just a little. I know. You don't have to emphasize it." Han Xiao laughed. He paused and asked, "So, what are your thoughts?" Because he had saved Rosalind in advance, he did not know if she would still join the Silver Revolutionary Army like in his previous life. "Humph, there are only a few of them. They don't have any benefits at all. They want me to join the revolution with just a few words. They really don't have any self-awareness. I don't like the three of them." Rosalind looked down on them for a while before changing the topic. "However, to be honest, overthrowing the three universal civilizations seems very interesting. Damned Sunder, isn't that great?" Han Xiao was helpless. Personality determined fate indeed. For a restless reformer like Rosalind, even if she was grateful for his kindness, she still could not change her personality. "If you've made up your mind, come find me at any time. I'll allow you to leave." Han Xiao stood up. Although Rosalind was very useful, everyone had their own ambitions. He did not plan to force her to stay. Rosalind would most likely be the backbone of the Silver Revolutionary Army in the future. He had a good relationship with her, which meant that he could set up a trap in the Silver Revolutionary Army in advance. He could also let Edmund and the others know through Rosalind that they could successfully sneak in today because he turned a blind eye. Furthermore, if he let Rosalind go, he might have a chance to force Reynolds to issue a mission in the future. Han Technician still had not given up on the perfect mechanical sense. The Silver Revolutionary Army had been quietly developing in the various star fields outside of the central galaxy at the start, only bursting out after accumulating enough strength. It had not been formed yet. The Crimson Tide of version 3.0 has only been around for half a year, and the Secret War main storyline has already come to an end. The development of the flickering world is imminent, and it's time for those Liver Emperor players to explore. The Silver Revolutionary Army has also appeared. As the storyline of the version progresses, the strength of the players will become more and more obvious. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. The plan to expand his leak farm had to be put on the agenda. He could not just limit it to the Shattered Star Ring. It just so happened that he responded to the call of the Red Empire and made a trip to the Central Galaxy. This was an opportunity. At the same time, on the Klent mother planet, in the Red Empire diplomatic building, a secret meeting had been going on for a long time. Bang! The Klent diplomatic ambassador slammed the table and stood up with a face full of anger. "Zoel! Don't go overboard. Why did the Red Empire ask us to give up on the proposal to redivide the star cluster regions to the Galaxy Civilization Conference Court? You're asking us to give up all the hard work we've put into the secret war for the past 10 years. Whose side are you on?" Zoel wiped the spit on his face and narrowed his eyes. "I'll always be on the side of the Empire." Chapter 776. The Klent diplomatic ambassador stared at Zoel angrily and pointed at him, speechless. "I've already explained the exact situation," Zoel said slowly. "The dynasty has decided not to take a stand on this issue. You can insist on submitting the proposal, but the success rate is very low. The Arcane Church will reject your application. I represent the dynasty and only suggest that you give up on the idea of submitting the proposal. I'm not interfering with your decision. If you insist, we won't stop you. I don't understand. The Clent ambassador said angrily. Why is the dynasty helping Purple Crystal on this? The dynasty's upper echelons have their own considerations. Is it because of the evolution cube? Is that why you suddenly changed your stance? I'll say it again. The dynasty's upper echelons have their own considerations. Zoel emphasized. Furthermore, you're wrong. The dynasty only sticks to its own position, and this rule has never changed. All this while, the dynasty has never expressed support for your plan. The Clent ambassador clenched his teeth. They did not think much about it when the tyrant was defeated in the battle, but they did not expect it to be their turn so soon. Clent had invested a huge amount of resources into the secret war. As a follower of the Red Empire, the Red Empire's attitude was to allow it. However, now that the Red Empire had backed out at such a crucial moment, this meant that Clent's 10 years of investment might be for naught. Of course, they were not happy. No matter how he thought about it, the Clent ambassador felt that this was because of the Black Star Corps. Although Zoel did not explain why the Red Empire did this, he knew that this was definitely because of Black Star. This time, Zoel changed the topic. The development of the flickering world is about to begin. I hope you can deploy your troops as soon as possible. The exploration mission will be quite heavy. The Clent ambassador understood. This was most likely the Red Empire's compensation in disguise, allowing them to obtain more benefits in the flickering world. He pondered for a while before saying, since this is the dynasty's intention, we'll consider the proposal again. As for the development of the flickering world, rest assured, we'll definitely do our best. Hearing this, Zoel smiled faintly. After discussing official matters, they chatted for a while before the Clent ambassador hurriedly bid farewell. After walking out of the Red Empire's diplomatic building, the Clent diplomatic ambassador boarded the vehicle and turned on his communicator to contact the upper echelons. He reported the situation just now and caused a heated debate. In the end, the higher-ups came to a conclusion. They could not do anything to the Red Empire. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only endure it. Every Clent high-ranking official felt aggrieved. After becoming the lackey of a universal civilization, they could only do things according to the other party's wishes. What they hated the most was their new ally Blackstar, who had been causing trouble in the dark. It was such a good situation, but it was ruined by one person. It could be said that Blackstar had single-handedly overturned their 10-year plan. A universal civilization protecting their own interests will definitely affect our interests. To them, we're nothing. After turning off the communicator, the Clent diplomatic ambassador leaned back in his seat and looked at the scenery outside the window. More than 7 years ago, Han Xiao had taken advantage of the limelight as a beyond grade A seed to expand his army, which had laid the foundation for the next few years. He had experience, and this time, he made full use of the influence of his advancement to the beyond grade A realm. Furthermore, with the protection of the Red Empire and the Amethyst civilization, most of the opposing forces had stopped, and the expansion of the army was extremely smooth. Countless free supers in the Shattered Star Ring responded to the recruitment of the Black Star Corps, and batches of new members entered the army. In a short period of time, the number of members of the Black Star Corps swelled once again. The number of members in the various star systems in the Colton star cluster had exceeded 300 million. The ordinary members were secondary. The number of Grade B supers was also in the tens of millions, and there were more than 40 Grade A supers. Just in terms of the number of high-level combatants, the Black Star Corps had already surpassed most star system civilizations. With the name of a beyond Grade A and Han Xiao's influence, the Black Star Corps expanded without restraint. With the investments of many financial groups and the support of the Amethyst civilization, Han Xiao had sufficient funds to support the rapid expansion of the army. An astronomical amount of aners was thrown into the logistics department to build more battleships and build a new satellite base to place more divisions in the Colton star cluster. The expansion of the Black Star Corps was in full swing, and the galactic residents of the Shattered Star Ring were all paying attention to the aftermath of the battle. They were concerned about how the Black Star Corps joining the Red Empire would affect the Secret War. During this period of time, the Secret War had entered a truce period. After the battle, both Bloodshed Land and Section 0 had tacitly agreed not to start a war. It was eerily quiet. Countless galactic residents were concerned about the direction of the Secret War and saw it as a signal. From the current situation, the next step of the Secret War would indirectly represent the outcome of the battle between the two parties. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, news of the Secret War broke out that shook the entire star field. There was no battle, no announcement. Bloodshed Land gave up all their strongholds in West Wind, Kaya, Cheda, and the other star systems without any warning and withdrew from the Colton star cluster. When this news spread, all the people and organizations paying attention to the Secret War were shocked. Bloodshed Land represented Klent's attitude. Withdrawing their troops was equivalent to Klent giving up on their invasion plan. Giving up the results of 10 years of war meant that Purple Crystal had won this war effortlessly. The Secret War that had lasted for 10 years had ended just like that. No one knew what kind of agreement the two parties had reached behind the scenes. From an outsider's point of view, Klent giving up was definitely related to the fact that the Black Star Corps had joined the Red Empire. There had to be some logic behind it. The most likely scenario was that the Black Star Corps had somehow forced Klent to give up on their invasion by joining the Red Empire and helped Purple Crystal win the Secret War. Tracing back to the source, the greatest contribution could only be attributed to Black Star himself, advancing to beyond Grade A, snatching the Evolution Cube, forcing the Tyrant to retreat, joining the Red Empire. This series of actions was the only reason why the entire situation had been turned upside down. This also meant that Black Star had ended the Secret War by himself. This was the truth in the eyes of the entire starfield. The aftermath of the battle had yet to dissipate, and the end of the Secret War had caused the shattered star ring to boil again. Grade S Faction Mission, Secret War, Section 0, has ended. Calculating mission, calculation complete. Mission rating, unbelievable. You have received 600,000 EXP, X5 random rewards, plus 40,000 Amethyst Civilization contribution points, plus 1 legendary point. Star Cluster Legendary Point, Colton Star Cluster Hero of the Secret War. You have made a huge contribution in the Secret War and are the hero of the Amethyst Civilization's victory. The people of the Star Cluster will remember your contributions. You have received 2 political assets. Political assets, 2 Amethyst Civilization. You are loved by the people of the Amethyst Civilization. When trading with the Amethyst Civilization's citizens, you will be able to buy goods at a lower price and sell them at a higher price. The Amethyst Civilization is willing to listen to your requests. You can make suggestions to the Amethyst Civilization. According to the rationality of your suggestion, the Amethyst Civilization has a small chance of accepting your suggestion. This is one of the symbols of political influence. Your contributions will be praised in the universe. Plus 45% favorability accumulation efficiency when interacting with certain organizations or people. You have valuable EXP plus 45% experience gain efficiency in all forms. Remarks. The condition for the above effects to take effect is to maintain reverence with the Amethyst Civilization. Dungeon spawned, Secret War, oh? The Secret War main storyline mission has finally been completed. On the fixed star closest to planet Golden Gate, clusters of hot fixed star energy wrapped around a figure. His skin was bright red from absorbing enough radiation. Batches of new members joined. While the army was expanding, Han Xiao took some time to practice the Heba Stellar Furnace training technique. While he was taking a bath on the surface of the fixed star, his interface suddenly had a reaction. A series of mission completion notifications popped up. Only then did he know that the Secret War had ended. With a thought, he connected his brain to the quantum network and instantly found the news of Bloodshed Land retreating. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. Looks like Zoel has fulfilled the agreement and convinced Klent much faster than I thought. Klent was quite decisive in making Bloodshed Land retreat. However, Han Xiao knew that Klent would definitely be unhappy. They would not dare to be unhappy with the Red Empire, and they would most likely transfer their hatred to him. This was something that could not be helped. In order to make up for Clint's hurt feelings, the Red Empire would definitely have made a deal with them behind the scenes. However, he did not know the exact details. Han Xiao did not care about offending Clint. While the two of them were allies in name, they had fought for 10 years, and the accumulated hatred could not be resolved so easily. Not only did Clint hate him, but he also remembered the countless assassinations that Clint had committed in the past 10 years. He was also unhappy with them and would not give face to his enemies. Glancing at the mission reward, Han Xiaoshan could not help but be overjoyed. His 10 years of hard work for the secret war had not been in vain. This time, he had not made a loss. The reward for an S-rank mission was indeed generous. Even to him, who was rich in leaks, 6 billion experience was not too little. Furthermore, the 5 random rewards were more than the 3 random rewards he had received from the Bloodline mission. 1-star cluster legendary point was not bad either. Together with the 3-star field legendary points he had obtained from the battle with the tyrant, the amount of experience he could give to the players had almost double. The 2 political assets were the biggest reward. These things were extremely rare and could only be obtained from extremely difficult missions. The efficiency of obtaining experience had increased by another 45%. Together with the 30% from Ghidorah's political assets, it was equivalent to him permanently activating the 175 times experience card. After becoming a Beyond Grade A, the experience requirement to level up had increased by a level. With the increase from the political assets, the efficiency of harvesting leaks would greatly increase. After the experience penalty of more than 10 months, he should be able to accumulate a large amount of experience to level up. The Secret War dungeon that was created was a byproduct of the main storyline mission. Just like the Six Nations and Germinal Organization dungeon, he could cut out the battle scenes he had personally experienced during the 10 years of the Secret War to form a dungeon crystal. Han Xiao immediately thought of another use for the dungeon crystal. The players only participated in the final phase of the Secret War. The previous 10 years of war were just a background introduction to the version for them. Maybe I can use the dungeon mode to show the players the war that the Black Star Corps experienced in the past 10 years, allowing them to personally experience the rise of the army and understand the history of the army. This will be beneficial for strengthening the sense of belonging the players to the faction. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao felt that this idea was feasible, and a series of ideas appeared in his mind. I can also give them an honorary title within the army, only given to the players who participated in the Secret War. This will prove that they have witnessed the rise of the army and let the newcomers know that they are veterans. In the future, they will be able to enjoy a permanent discount within the army, which will help retain the players. Thinking of this, Han Xiao could not help but open the players' forums. He had obtained the main storyline mission of the Secret War 10 years in advance, so it was inevitable that he would receive a high rating. Furthermore, the final victory of the Secret War would also increase the mission rating. Not only him, but all the players of the Black Star Corps would benefit. Han Xiao wanted to see how the players would react to this. Thinking about it, the topic is a little sensitive, so it's better to explain. The rise of the Silver Revolutionary Army was due to many factors. I've written about a leader with great ambition before, but this time, I'll change it. I'll just hate him. Chapter 777. As soon as he opened the forums, 2 hot posts jumped into his sight. They were the latest episode of the Galaxy Times and Pork Buns video. Both of their titles mentioned him, and the Galaxy Times even used his name as the subtitle of this episode. The title of this episode was Galaxy Times, Legendary Leader, Black Star. Yo, the Galaxy Times made me into a special episode. Han Xiaoshan was overjoyed. The Galaxy Times would usually introduce the major events and storylines that the players of the various starfields had experienced. Sometimes, they would make a special episode about some major events or people. For example, when version 3.0 had just started, the Galaxy Times had made a special episode to analyze the different storylines that the Crimson Tide had brought to the players of the various starfields. The secret war in the Shattered Star Ring was just one of them. If he remembered correctly, although the Galaxy Times had mentioned him many times, this was the first time they had used his name as the subtitle of an episode. Thinking about it, he was a famous person in several versions and became the first person to step into the Beyond Grade A realm in the player's impression. It was indeed worthy of a special episode. Han Xiao then looked at Pork Bun's video. The title was Black Star Core Special, Rise of the Starfield. These two videos were the most popular posts at the moment. Han Xiao did not open them immediately. He was used to glancing at the ordinary posts to see what the other players were talking about recently. Looking down, countless new posts were refreshed, and the content was almost all about the Secret War main storyline mission. Just now, the other players' Secret War main storyline missions were also completed at the same time, which surprised many players. This new topic filled the forums instantly. What the F***CK? The main storyline mission has been completed. A notification popped up on the interface. I wasn't prepared at all. I just saw the news. Bloodshed Land actually retreated. The news said that Purple Crystal originally had little hope. This time, it was the army commander who turned the tide and made Klent give up their invasion. My old black is amazing. The mission rating is so high. Is it because we won the secret war? That's for sure. It's written in the details of the mission rating that winning the war will raise the mission rating by a huge margin. This is too good. The army commander is amazing. What are you doing? Whoa, I'm crying. I went to do the Mercenary Alliance's storyline. If I had known that there would be such an additional benefit, I would have participated in the secret war as well. I regret it so much. Regret +1. To the brother above, please hug me and cry with me. In the forums, most of the Black Star Core players were overjoyed. This was a Grade S main storyline mission, and its evaluation had been raised by a large margin. The difficulty was extremely high, and this was a blessing from the heavens, allowing the army players to earn a huge sum of money. Only the army players had such a benefit. Many players were in a good mood and liked Han Xiao even more. Amidst the excitement, some people who were gloating thought of Summer Night Flower and once again posted the post of him encouraging the army players to betray him, pulling it out and whipping his corpse. Summer Night Flower, come out and take a beating. Summer Night Flower, how do you feel now? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you happy? Hey, why aren't you teaching us the right way to play the secret war now? Didn't they say that Bloodshed Land would win? How did it become like this? The truth is in the hands of a few, huh? You're the only one who's clear, huh? Shia Iji, do you have any new tricks? Summer Night Flower had made 3 guesses back then, but today, the facts had proven that all of them were wrong. He thought that the Black Star Corps had no way to rise up. Sigh, the Black Star Corps had suddenly become an ally of the Red Empire, and their faction leader, Black Star, had even become a Beyond Grade A super in the galaxy. He thought that only Bloodshed Land would win the secret war. Sigh, but now, it was the Black Star Corps that had won. As for saying that the Black Star Corps had too many people and that the benefits they could share were limited, that was even more nonsense. The army players had made a lot of money, and the group of defectors that had joined Bloodshed Land were being hunted down by the army players to the point that they could barely take care of themselves. His prediction post had already been pinned to the Pillar of Shame, and many players were happily Summer Night Flower. Summer Night Flower simply pretended to be dead and did not have the confidence to say anything at all, afraid that he would be criticized by the players and become a deity on the spot. After scanning the post, Han Xiao returned to the pinned post, opened the new issue of Galaxy Times, and looked at his feature. The opening was the same male and female hosts. They still had the same friendly smile that made one want to jump into the screen and hit them after looking at them for a long time. They were still speaking the same opening lines that even the audience could remember. "Hello, players," the female host said. "This is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and protecting your gaming career. We only have one topic for today's episode," the male host said. That is the famous person who has caused a sensation in the galaxy recently, Black Star. The scene changed. It was unknown which player had taken a screenshot, but the background was the scene of the battle not long ago. The perspective of the screenshot was the position of the Black Star core, which was behind Han Xiao. In the picture, Han Xiao's back was facing the camera, and in front of him was an endless number of enemy battleships. It was as if he was facing thousands of troops alone. It was very cool to look at. Then, the show went through the life of Han Xiao's character from the beginning, introduced the rise of the Black Star Corps, and the various major events that the players had participated in. During the Black Phantom era, he stirred up the situation of Blue Star behind the scenes, started the war single-handedly, and finally took revenge and destroyed the Germinal organization. During the Black Star mercenary era, he led the first batch of professional players to fight in the universe, joined Floating Dragon Island, grew rapidly, and laid the foundation of the future army. During the Mutation Disaster era, in order to fulfill his promise, he led the Black Star mercenary, who had already gained a foothold in the universe, back to Blue Star, helped the mother planet to resist the disaster, led the players into the galaxy, and the Black Star Corps was officially born. He assisted Ghidorah to get rid of the infamous Dark Star organization, becoming the rare example of an outsider in Ghidorah's history who received the Golden Gal badge. During the Secret War era, in the 10 years unknown to the players, he developed the Black Star Corps, became a Beyond Grade A, turned the tide of the war single-handedly, helped Purple Crystal win the war, and even allowed the army to join the Universal Civilization Red Empire. The program used a rather formal tone to recount the history of Han Xiao in the eyes of the players from the beginning, accompanied by some of the Black Star Corps storyline content recorded in the Galaxy Chronicles. It also screened the players' life experiences in the army, adding more interaction to the introduction, showing the nature of the growth of the players and the army together. At the end of the video, the program gave a concluding comment. In just over 20 years, Black Star walked out of his mother planet and established an astonishing foundation in the Shattered Star Ring. From the Black Star of the past to the Black Star that is now famous in the starfield, we have witnessed his growth. He is the first person we have seen who reached beyond Grade A through his own growth. As a leader, he undoubtedly possesses the characteristics of a legend. His ambition, ability, and methods are extraordinary. Even though he has been active in our eyes until now, he has always been like a veil of mystery. We have never completely understood his philosophy and character. There are always many guesses about him, and there are always different opinions. No one knows how high the Black Star Corps will achieve under his leadership, but one thing is for sure, we are witnessing the birth of a legend. The video ended there, and this episode of the Galaxy Times gave a summary of his achievements. It could be considered a more official report. Han Xiao felt that the benefits were not small. He was an old friend in the eyes of the old players in version 1.0 and version 2.0, but the new players in the other starfields in version 3.0 still had limited understanding of him. This episode of the Galaxy Times was equivalent to introducing him to more new players, and he gained a wave of fame. Not bad. Seeing that he was on camera again, Han Xiaoshan was happy and opened Pork Bun's video. Compared to the official style of the Galaxy Times, Pork Bun's video had a strong tendency to bootlick. As soon as the video started, the screen was pitch black, and the narration slowly sounded. Han Xiao suddenly raised his eyebrows. Pork Bun's narration was actually from a first-person perspective, pretending to speak with his identity. The black screen brewed the atmosphere, covering the already low voice with a layer of mystery. When I first gazed at the starry sky, the stars in the sky were like diamonds in the night sky, bright and shining. But in the distant horizon, there were two overlapping stars. The former covered the latter's starlight, turning it into a pitch-black star. At that moment, I thought that maybe one day, I could also cover the light of the other stars, so that everyone can only see me. Chapter 778. TSK. Han Xiao felt his scalp go numb. It had been a while since they last met, and this guy was still so good at sucking up. He even learned a new posture and sucked up to the point. Just by watching the beginning, Han Xiao could already guess what this episode would be about. As expected, Pork Bun pretended to be his own monologue at the beginning to build up the atmosphere. Then, the scene changed and started to describe his deeds from the time when he was Black Phantom. Although the Galaxy Times feature was a similar character inventory, Pork Bun's style was different. Most of the time, he used first-person narration and edited the material from many previous episodes together to create a strong sense of story. The first-person narration made the video feel very immersive. Pork Bun narrated all kinds of deeds from Han Xiao's perspective, creating a sense of personal experience and making the audience feel as if they were there. One of the characteristics of the first-person narration was that it was through the tone of Black Star himself, expressing his inner thoughts and making the audience's impression of him clearer. Han Xiao had always maintained a sense of propriety in his interactions with the players. What he showed was all superficial behavior, so the players' understanding of him was always separated by a layer of membrane, and they could not know his inner thoughts. However, Pork Bun wanted to use this episode to give a real personality to the image of Black Star in the player's heart. The reason he did this was to further solidify his position as the ace video series of the Black Star Army. He wanted this episode to become a classic that the future generations could not avoid if they wanted to understand Black Star. Through reasoning, analysis, and imagination, coupled with a strong sense of immersion, he created a vivid image for the character he loved, making the character seem more real in the eyes of the players. To the players, this type of character theme was not unfamiliar. They liked to give more direct personality symbols to NPCs. After all, the NPCs could not see them, so they could talk about them however they wanted. Pork Bun's analysis was based on Han Xiao's deeds over the years. From his perspective, he interpreted Black Star's reasons and motives, beautified his image, and dissected his personality. However, the players liked this very much. From the time of Black Star until now, the audience felt like they were experiencing Black Star's thoughts from the first-person perspective. Pork Bun edited a few of Han Xiao's public speeches, and along the way, Pork Bun gave him a lot of positive personality labels, such as ambitious, nostalgic for his home planet, loyal, trustworthy, decisive, bold, careful, and so on. What the F***ck, you're licking him too much. Bun Hit Dog praised him to the skies as if he was the epitome of 1,000 positive qualities. Even Han Xiao himself was embarrassed. Even if you want to bootlick, you still have to follow the basic rules. You're too ridiculous. Although it's quite comfortable, the image that Pork Bun created was far from his actual self, but the benefits were obvious. Only the players themselves could use this method to create a clear image for him. With such a top paparazzi, it was beneficial to increase his personal charm to the players. There were obviously more comments on Pork Bun's side than the Galaxy Times. A lot of people on the screen were praising the army commander. At the end of the show, Pork Bun emphasized the rise of the Black Star Corps in the future of the starfield. At the same time, he threw out a new guess. The Secret War is the main storyline in our eyes, but in my opinion, this might just be the background on the surface. What's hidden in the dark is the real main storyline of this storyline, and that is the rise of the Black Star Corps. The Secret War is actually the background of Black Star's advancement to beyond Grade A and the rise of the army in the starfield. This guess was approved by the majority of the army players. They still remembered that in the previous version, the Black Star Corps was far from its current size. However, as soon as version 3.0 started, the Black Star Corps, which had gone through 10 years of war, was reborn and grasped the opportunity of the war to develop. Now that Black Star had ended the Secret War, the rise of the Black Star Corps was more like the real main storyline, overshadowing the Secret War and turning it into the background. After looking around, most of the army players thought so. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This was a chance to directly implement his plan of turning the Secret War history into a dungeon. The next day, the army players received an unexpected gift. All the players who participated in the Secret War had the Army Assistant program on their communicator informing them that they had received the honorary title, Secret Combatant. This was a title that was displayed in the Army's personal resume, and it was the Army's recognition of them. This was a title that belonged to the faction and had nothing to do with the interface. However, The players with this title would always enjoy a 10% discount in the army. The players who participated in the war were pleasantly surprised, not only because of the 10% discount but also because of this honor. There was only one secret war, and this title would only be released once. It was an out-of-print faction title, representing that they had witnessed the rise of the army. This was an honor that proved that they were veterans. At the same time, the faction store released a large number of secret war dungeon crystals, including many battles, which ran through the 10-year process that the players had not experienced. Dungeons had always been one of the favorite products of the players, and they were all very interested in them. These secret war dungeons were obviously a series, similar to Six Nations and Germinal Organization, suitable for their current level. The players thought that this was a characteristic of a growth faction. After completing a big main storyline, the Black Star Corps would be able to create a corresponding series of dungeons. They were already used to this. Other than farming dungeons for rewards, the Secret War series dungeons could help the players understand the development of the Black Star Corps in the 10 years after the version update. Entering the dungeon and experiencing it personally would be more detailed than the historical records. Han Xiao had another reason for doing this. The Secret War main storyline had ended, and the players had entered the free exploration period. Throwing out a large number of dungeons at this time would give them something new to do to pass the time of this main storyline. When the Red Empire gave the order to develop the Flickering World, he would lead the Black Star Corps to explore the Flickering World. By then, he would have plenty of things to do. The Flickering World was the storyline of the next version. After the initial development of the Red Empire, the various starfields were allowed to participate in the exploration. To the players, it was like a world server, where they gathered to explore the unknown and compete for resources. He would bring the army players in early in version 3.0 to seize the opportunity. Currently, Han Xiao could only wait and focus on expanding the army. He wanted to obtain enough benefits from the skyrocketing influence during this period. The evolution cube would remain a rare commodity for the time being, making the many civilizations in the Colton star cluster itchy. With the addition of a large number of new members, the personnel changes within the army became more frequent. These chores were handled by Philip and Sylvia, so he did not have to worry about them. Half a month had passed, and most of the new members who were willing to join were recruited. The expansion of the Black Star Corps was gradually taking shape. All the troops of the Bloodshed Land had also returned to the Sol Cluster through the Stargate. "Your Excellency Tyrant, what should we do next?" Hearing Jode's careful question, Heber turned around. After being humiliated the last time, he had been keeping a low profile during this period and silently watched the Black Star Corps expand. His reputation as the Tyrant had been used as a stepping stone by Han Xiao, and his prestige had been greatly reduced. Such an outcome was far from what he had expected. However, Black Star had become an ally, and it was impossible for them to use him as a target to establish their prestige. The Red Empire had ordered them to reconcile. Heber was silent for a while before slowly saying, "Send an invitation to the various organizations in the Shattered Star Ring for me. Call for a new gathering." Then, Black Star. Jode's heart skipped a beat. Heber did not look at Jode's expression and turned around. Since he's the 5th beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring, of course, he has the qualifications to be invited. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,